Hello and welcome to the library. I am the author, and we are here to tell and explore our stories. Tonight we are gathered from across the galaxy to play the USS Gungnir. We using in Star Trek Adventures. There's a tabletop RPG by our friends at Modifius. Yes, every week we continue our adventures on the wild and wonderful frontier of the Federation. And tonight we are going to be doing some humanitarian aid and evac work. The tagline, tagline in slinging is one planet, 1 billion people, and 6 months.
Nice, peaceful, uneventful evacuations, right?
Totally. Yep.
No complications.
Wouldn't it be fun if there wasn't complications? Oh, whoops. I forgot to throw some advertisements out. I got so distracted by everything else. There we go. We're live. You know we're live. Like 10 different Discords I have just for advertisement. Besides, it's an evacuation. What things can go wrong? What's the worst thing that can happen tonight, really?
You could all die.
I get to break more of your toys.
Mm-hmm.
The planet explodes that we're trying to evacuate.
Oh, it's not going to explode yet. Besides, you have 6 months. And it's not like science has ever corrected itself. This is making for good television. All right. Captain and Ross, do you have your log ready?
I do.
Excellent. And with that, we'll cut to our opening in credits and get started. All right. Captain, if you can give us your log, please.
Certainly. Captain's log, stardate 57168.7, USS Gungnir. Well, we're a week out of Starbase 17 now.
Yes?
Did he cut out?
Rosh to cut out.
He's laying claim to the new colony planet of AEP-29, but have
Ross,
reportedly
can you
worked...
start over? Your mic cut out like halfway through the first sentence.
Oh. Well, we're a week out of Starbase 17 now. 15 civilian freighters have joined our little ragtag fleet. They can't haul people, but they're...
Oh, no, cut out again.
Ruh-roh.
Expedition reports they've encountered another species laying claim to the new colony planet of AEP-29, but they've reportedly worked out a peaceful arrangement. Let's hope it holds.
It's not just cutting out for me, right?
No, it cut out for me too.
Technologically
Yeah.
advanced. Pardon?
Ross,
You're
Cutting out.
your mic keeps cutting out like mid-sentence.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, like
Maybe
a
it's time
hard
to upgrade from that 28.8 modem. You know.
Hang on, let me switch to a different one.
cut. This is the problem we actually have to solve this episode.
Dun, dun, dun.
Ross keeps cutting out of existence.
I instructed the engineer to repair the microphone. So I did that last session. It was supposed to be.
But the
Oh,
captain
sorry, Captain.
cares.
Sorry.
Okay, how's this? Can you hear
We
me?
can hear you for now.
Okay. Shall I start over?
Yeah, start from the top.
All right, take 3. Captain's log, stardate 57168.7, USS Gungnir. Well, we're a week out of Starbase 17 now, and 15 civilian freighters have joined our little ragtag fleet. They can't haul people, but they'll be needed to carry the basic infrastructure of a new colony and the memories of a homeworld. Expedition reports they've encountered another species laying claim to the new colony planet of AEP-29, but have reportedly worked out a peaceful arrangement. Let's hope it holds. Nightingale reports contact in the area with the Hirogen. From what I recall from Admiral Janeway's lecture series, they are a technologically advanced violent predator species from the Delta Quadrant. How they got here and what they're up to concern me greatly. We're preparing for the first evacuation cycle of Anerthians. Sorrel and I have discussed finding an alternative to the evacuation, so let's hopefully we can find a way to stop the expanse and prevent the annihilation of almost an entire race. End of log.
Okay. And that might actually worked.
All right. I think my new wireless mic was picking up the dishwasher or something.
All right. We cut to the bridge as you've been in at high warp for a week, and you are about 4 hours out from an Earth Prime. Things are kind of tense. The crew is well aware of what expectations they have, and there's been lots of talk in theory crafting about different ways of saving more people than in which you originally planned. Reports on long range and sensors show that some of the stars that were charted in this sector have been pulled out of orbit and distorted. Some of them are dimmer and brighter than what were originally reported in your logs.
Do we have any data on what the expanse thing actually is? Is it matter or something, or dark energy?
The ebon expanse appears to be a void of dark dark matter, void of dark matter. It's a dark nebula that doesn't really hold anything. Stars don't really form in there. It is a class 5 anomaly. So if you go in there, everything is +5 difficulty, +5 complication.
And the monitor actually went in there and came back out, right?
That you can do short little stints into it, but the longer you stay in there, the more are likely you have of running into gravimetric eddies or the radiation or something else that might be in there.
Okay.
Monitor only went in like a couple light years and popped back out. Along the way, you did run into 2 merchants who were doing hurricane sales. They were selling in colonial gear, industrial replicators, there's food, emergency shelters at exorbitant prices. Because of course they are.
Price gouging the intergalactic constant.
Mm-hmm. And you've also seen in several other evac fleets from other civilizations as you pass through. Some of them some of them are leaving the Ebon Expanse, others are empty and running into the Ebon Expanse to apparently help friends. Is there anything we'd like to do before we drop out of warp?
No, I can't think of anything.
I'm good.
I'm all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't think of anything either.
Excellent. Let's get into this. Oh, that music's a bit louder than I wanted. You and the entire fleet drop out of warp. And you are in high orbit of Inertia. All the players are available. In orbit, you see a cacophony of ships of all different types orbiting around this planet. Most of them are fairly alien, unknown races that you're not familiar with. There's one in Ferengi Decora that you see, and of notice, there is a large fleet of 8 Continua classes and 6 Cavort classes in orbit.
We don't see our friend from earlier, do we?
No, you do not. What would you like to do? You're here to set up an evac, and here you are.
I'd like to scan the system for an asteroid of suitable size that we could start converting it potentially for use as an evacuation ship.
I like that. Yeah. This could be reason, either science or con. Either one can work. And there is a little bit of a complication. And all right, reason science, difficulty 3, complication, and 3 assisted by sensor science. And the complication is just weirdness is coming from the Ebon Expanse. It's slowly starting to creep into sensor functionality.
Okay, how much momentum do we have at the moment?
0 momentum and an infinite amount of threat.
Oh, that's what I love to hear.
See if it'll let you spend threat.
Yeah. How about we get rid of that threat? That's good.
Nah, not yet.
Okay. Well, then we may as well kick things off right. I will spend 3 threat, or gain 3 threat to add 2 dice. And can I use my focus for sensor calibration?
I'll allow it. And the ship helps. Sensor science from the ship.
Oh, do I roll that?
Either you roll it or someone else does it. Yeah. If you click the Gungnir Air icon on the map and hold Alt double click, that should bring you straight to the character sheet. I'll take the first dice. Gain 1 momentum, but we have a complication on the board. Does that complication stand?
Yeah. How would one get rid of it?
Spend determination or
if you have a talent that allows a reroll, or
2 momentum,
metal.
but we don't have it.
2 momentum.
I'll let it. I'll play it as it lies.
All right. And I want that music to continue. What's this music? Good news is there is a suitable asteroid nearby. Bad news is it is about scale 8, which means you are gonna have trouble moving it. It is way out in another planetary orbit.
I see. So it's basically a small moon.
Yeah,
Well, it's not a space station.
Could be.
Mhm.
No. Yeah,
well, we want it to be.
it's about the size of Sirius in the Sol system. So it's a minor planet, but if you were to hollow that out, you could get hundreds of thousands of people out.
I'm still on board with changing the gravitational constant of the universe.
I'm
Make it
looking
so.
into it. I've made inquiries, but there's a lot of paperwork involved.
Yeah, so the asteroid is too big for one vessel to tow it out.
Fortunately, we have more than one vessel.
Indeed. The rest of the evac fleet slowly starts pulling in and is setting up a low orbit. And
Is somebody from the fleet coordinating this, or on the ground, or?
in theory, you would be coordinating.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't it probably be me?
Yeah, Gungnir Air would be coordinating it, at least from the Starfleet side. Individual evac efforts are being handled by the individual governments that are running those fleets.
What Ross is asking would actually be handled by him, as he is the highest rank.
Okay, I didn't know if this like
Yeah.
the specifics of like.
This is a
movement.
command. That's actually a command level thing that he's asked.
Oh,
That
okay.
he's inquiring about.
Yeah, I didn't know if we had an admiral or somebody running the show here.
Nope, you are the highest ranking officer, but Vera, you would be responsible for like helping coordinate the actual flight paths and stuff with the ships.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking we were talking about. My bad.
So, the fleet is signaling that they would like to move in, but they're kind of wary of the Klingons.
We'll direct the fleet to orbit opposite the planet of the Klingons, so there's little to no interaction, hopefully.
Okay.
And as I understand it from reading the wiki entry on the Anathrans, there's no planetary central-wide government. There's a few.
There kind of is, but it's an extraordinary, loose and fragile alliance, and it's mostly.
Okay, I think we'll start by trying to contact their representative.
That would be currently President Kali.
It's USS Gungnir to President Kali.
Let's go ahead and try to make some momentum here. Control, engineering, difficulty 2, and there is a complication 2 for a different reason. And then communications NG. See if you can cut through the traffic and get her directly. And as you are looking to establish a connection, you notice is that there is a good amount of debris in orbit. A couple megatons of debris just scattered around in low orbit.
Can we scan it and see what type of debris it is?
You certainly could.
Mr. Sorrell, if you please, could you see what's out there?
Aye, Captain.
Reason science, diff 3 at this range. Unless you want to get closer.
We'll stay off for a moment.
Take a threat.
Nice. And the ship. Ross, can you get the ship, please?
Coming up.
3 momentum generated. It appears to be the wreckage of a primitive, if satellite network, and also the remains of a small space station.
Does it look like this was recently destroyed by I assume the effects of the expanse?
I could answer that for the science question. Or for momentum. Bro.
A momentum.
The wreckage appears to be fairly recent, within the past couple weeks.
Does the wreckage appear to have been... does the wreckage have the telltale signs of the gravitational eddy?
Some of it does. Approximately a 30% of it. Hey, Accidental Genius, welcome into the library.
So...
yeah, 70% of it was affected by the gravitational eddy. Some of it appears to have just been a cascade effect in orbit, and some of it is showing signs of nuclear detonations and photonic detonations.
Implosions or explosions?
Explosions.
Interesting. Is there any evidence of nuclear weapons or weapon like residue or debris that would be associated with nuclear missiles?
That's what you're detecting. You're detecting a radiological signal on some of the debris that says, "Hey, I was nuked."
I assume the Unearthians have nuclear weapons.
That would be a fair
Since-
assumption.
Right.
That makes sense.
So the hypothesis then would be that the ship got trapped in a gravitational eddy, was damaged, was falling into orbit, perhaps presented a threat to the surface, and they nuked it. Would that be reasonable?
That could be a reasonable hypothesis. Another hypothesis could be that they started a shooting war and it started a cascade effect.
Yeah, that's the other one. I was avoiding that one.
That's the bad one, yeah.
That's the bad one.
Yeah.
But it is a reasonable assumption that it could go either way. But you are showing that 70% of the network was destroyed by gravimetric effects.
Mr. Sorrell, do you see any evidence of a nuclear exchange on the surface?
I will direct long-range scans to the surface.
It would be a new scan. Reason Science Div 3, Comp 3.
Comp 3. What's making it hard?
The Evan expands. Might be, yeah. You're just really close to expanse. It's starting to affect how sensors work.
Take a threat.
Correct. Just keep me honest, Evan.
All right, I'm gonna re-roll that comp. Here. Yeah.
Two. There we go. And that was the reason reroll. So we have 5. So a couple more momentum generated. On the surface, as there's no recent signs of nuclear exchange, there is still the nuclear scarring of a nuclear war approximately a century ago. However, you are showing signs of planetary devastation along the southern coast of the western continent, and lots of military area formations. There's armies marching on the surface.
So a conventional war at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
They do know we're here to pick them up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we
I
tell
guess-
what? Go ahead.
I guess one way to make sure that you're getting the seat is kill everybody else who's competing for it.
Yeah, good point. Can we tell who's fighting who at the moment, based on where they are?
Possibly. Let's go to the inner surface. So these X's on the western continent, that indicates it's major cities and the starport that was devastated by a tsunami. You see these X's here, that shows elsewhere conventional armies appear to be mounting. There's skirmishes all over the place, but those are where major formations nations are. So between the Korgus Empire and House Yundi and House Ornai and Chosani. Some of these, the green icons are major cities, blue icons are minor cities. And the red X's are devastated areas, and these purple markers are where war is at. The purple cannons.
Oh boy.
Well, we have our work cut out for us, don't we?
And the red icons, the red hearts are refugee sites that have been set up. And also of note, you see Klingon life signs in the capital of Orgaria.
Okay. I wonder if we should start with the Klingons or if we should start with somebody on the planet. I think we should probably coordinate with the Klingons and see what they're doing first, so we don't have any issues. I'd like to contact the Klingon commander, whatever, on their flagship.
Certainly, that's going to be control engineering and difficulty 2. And comp range because of the Kessler effect. Because the debris field is scattering EM fields and stuff, so it's making conventional transporters more difficult, and also shuttlecraft have travel more difficult. But it's not bad enough that shuttles can't get through it. They just have to compensate for it. I mean, it's just a little scrap metal running at orbital velocity. Shields are meant to handle that.
Would this EM field affect transporters?
Same thing. +1 on complication.
Right. Let's see. Control engineering, you said?
Yarp.
I'll use a point of momentum for an extra die. All those other zeros come from.
Why Fitness Con? That's the completely wrong roll.
I put in control engineering. What is going on there? Let me try selecting it again. I've got 3 on here. All right, try it again. Okay, something's wacky here.
Have you tried reloading your sheet?
Let me try it.
Goodness, you're just having all the technical difficulties today.
I know. Still doing it.
What the heck? Let me try.
Try refreshing the page.
Wait, why is there 2 of you on here?
What?
Yeah, I see like a bunch of extra character sheets down here.
Yes, for some reason all of our sheets got duplicated.
I was kind of squirreling with stuff this week, so
You hit a button and it duplicated things. Good job.
yep. All right, control engineering, 3. I do not understand what's happening.
Yeah, that is weird.
Well, we can just do this the old-fashioned way. What's your control O plus engineering?
16. So just
Right.
manually roll 2 die.
Yeah, just manually roll 3 ED20, 16 under, there's a hit. And that's 3 hits. And then the ship, communications engineering. Unless that's gonna be weird too. Sorrel, can you roll for the ship?
I think he stepped away.
I'm
I'm trying to bring it up now.
All right. All right, so that sheet's at least working. See?
Yeah, that didn't help, did it?
Nope, that's a complication. Want to quash that?
Yes, please.
You don't have to. It might be fun otherwise.
No, with the Klingons, we'll quash that complication.
All right, all right. All right, that's updated. That's updated. I don't know, things are just weird today. Anyways, what was his name? This is General Al-Takri of the Klingon Takri of the House Deimos. And I will type that in chat. And of House Deimos.
General Takri, this is Captain Fennon Ross of the starship USS Gungnir. We're leading the Federation Starfleet evacuation effort. We just got here and we wanted to coordinate our efforts with you to ensure a safe and expeditious evacuation.
Of course, the Starfleet will think that they are leading this evacuation. You can and do your own efforts. We are already on the surface making our own negotiations.
Well, we're not claiming to lead the entire effort, just the Starfleet portion, but we wanted to work with you as best we can to ensure that there's no complications.
If you stay out of our way, we will stay out of your way. Our interests are not with you at this moment, Starfleet.
Well, good. Well, we'll see you around.
And abruptly cuts the channel.
Captain, we should be very careful of that Klingon fleet. That
Oh,
the
it is that
Roadhouse,
Roadhouse, isn't it?
Warnhouse. Warnhouse,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, Fox,
Good
you do
catch.
recognize this as the Roadhouse. Why does the Klingon sound like a Ferengi? Because I'm terrible with my accents. I'm trying.
A little more guttural. Spit more. All right, so we've got Klingons from a rogue house. We've got multiple planetary conflicts on the ground. And we're trying to figure out who to evacuate and how. Did I miss anything?
No, that seems to be the entire shit sandwich.
Okay. Could senior staff join me in the briefing room, please?
All senior staff meets in the briefing room.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
No, let's cut to that scene. Ready rooms right here. Doctor and where's Sorrel? Are they Sorrel anywhere? Nope.
Yeah, it's been duplicated.
There he is.
Two Sorrels.
That's not something we need.
It'll happen eventually.
We just need more Sorrels.
Sorrels is actually my last name, so every time you guys say that, it freaks me out.
Was it really?
Yes, it is.
You're
We
gonna have
never
to change
say
it.
more.
Just
Have to
change your
it.
last
Commander
name.
was here first.
Ah,
Well, I think he has a date of acquirement ahead of Sorrel.
I do.
Anyways, senior staff meeting.
Okay. Is Sorrel actually back in, or is he still away from keyboard? I guess he's still away. Okay. Well, lady and gentlemen, it sounds like we have quite the situation here. We have rogue house Klingons in orbit doing their own evacuation, and they don't seem eager to coordinate or cooperate. We have multiple conflicts on the ground between some of the nation states of this planet, and we've got to figure out who we're going to take and who first. So I'm open to suggestions and thoughts here.
The Klingons should be pretty easy to deal with. You just gotta beat them. Challenge them, beat them.
I don't think we want to get into a conflict if we can avoid it.
No, I don't mean like ship to ship. I mean you as the captain.
Just hand-to-hand combat this.
It looks at Vera with the "Are you serious?" face.
I'm matching that face.
I'm not saying it's a good idea, but it would work.
Only if we want to be subservient to them.
Well, thank you for your thoughts. Are there any other thoughts?
Captain Ross, may I speak, sir?
Of course.
So maybe we don't have to turn it into, a fight with the clans, but a competition to gloriously save as many people as possible. But I do recommend, due to any residual radiation as a result of the gravitational eddy, that we inoculate the crew with hydronolin before we beam down, and then also have the biofilters edit or filter anything out as we come back as well. Those would be my two suggestions, but I think we should start with the people who are the safest and easiest to evacuate, and then move to more difficult areas and deal with the Klingons as we go. Sir.
Okay. Go ahead and begin the inoculations and the filtering.
Yes, sir. We'll do.
Resonance medicine difficulty 2 to set up that advantage. And yeah, this ship can help. Computers meds.
Author, say that one more time. Tribute and discipline. Complication what?
Presence medicine difficulty 2, complication and 1.
Difficulty 2.
Yep. Would you like to buy additional dice?
And I can use my focus. Yeah, can I buy one additional dice?
Would you like to use threat or momentum? Momentum?
Momentum.
Excellent. It's the chevron just above it. That was the challenge dice button.
Oops, sorry.
Nice.
Well done.
2, 1, 2. Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
All right. So that was difficulty 2. So you got like 5 momentum on top of that. The crew is inoculated, and you have the biofilter set up to compensate for it.
Very good.
All right. I like the competition idea. How about anybody else? How about you, Fox, from a security standpoint? What are your thoughts?
Limit interaction with them as much as possible. We have a habit of escalating situations unnecessarily.
Well, maybe a little bit. And Lieutenant Ivanich, what are your thoughts?
The lieutenant looks up from a data pad as if only half paying attention. I'm sorry, Captain. I'm just looking over my estimates for the time it will take to carve out that super asteroid that we found. And can I give him an estimate on how much time that would take using the engineering staff that the fleet has present?
Are you eyeballing this, or are you actually doing the math?
I think my character would really do the math because the concept of eyeballing it is probably still pretty new to him.
You wouldn't have to hollow out the whole thing, just room enough for only 1 billion people.
Yeah.
Not that bad.
Plus atmospheric, air and life support equipment.
Be more feasible just to carve out the majority of the asteroid.
If everybody stands up, it's not that much room, right?
Mm-hmm. What if everybody crouches down real low? We can just make the ceilings low.
You can do that for a week.
Yeah, that's another thing. And they have to be sustained for a week voyage. Reason engineering diff 3, and since you are doing this on datapad, the computers will help.
Can I use my computer's focus?
Mm-hmm. Would you like to buy additional dice?
Yes, I would. I will buy 2 extra dice. So I'll spend 3 momentum.
3 momentum for 2 extra dice for a total of 4 dice. Six and 3 momentum. Using a combination of transporters and phasers, you can hollow it out within 24 hours. There's hard work, maybe 36 hours. If you don't want people pulling double shifts. The hard part would be making it a livable condition for a week. That's gonna take another couple days. You're not quite sure how long that's gonna take, but at least 72 hours to set up life support systems in there.
So we're talking a week, give or take, to completely retrofit an asteroid to house and transport 1 billion people.
The asteroid won't hold 1 billion people, but several 100,000 at least. Which, considering in that at the fleet you currently have can and transport are 200,000, a couple extra 100,000, and will just be helpful.
Will we have enough ship horsepower to move that?
That's the other issue. You would have to set up a coordinated warp tow with at least 2 other vessels. but that's future or Ivovich problems.
And that's just using Starfleet personnel. So if we could convince the warring parties on the surface to lay down their arms and dedicate their technical resources towards this project, I imagine that we could shave still more time off of that.
That would definitely help convincing other people to lay hands in on this.
Yeah, if we can talk them into it.
Help us to save your planet? They might be convinced.
Yeah, some people rather kill each other.
It's only like 4 nations. It's fine.
Okay, and Commander Sorrell, what are your thoughts on proceeding from here?
So where we're at? Where are we at? I was gone for a little bit.
Oh, okay. Just to sum up, we've got a rival Klingon fleet in orbit. They're a rogue house belonging to the same ship that we got smacked by earlier.
Oh, those guys.
Uh-huh. And they're also doing their own evacuation effort, and they're not interested in cooperating. We've got multiple conflicts on the ground between the different powers, and they're fighting a conventional warfare in several fronts. And so somehow we've also got to figure out who's going and who's going to go first. So that's kind of the big issues on the table.
Well, logically, it should be, in terms of ordering, it should be the young first. Klingons, I don't know what we should do about those. Warring factions, I don't know. Can we tell them to stop it? Think that'll work? Maybe they don't know they can stop it.
I mean, maybe, we're here to save you, lay down your arms.
I mean,
That
well,
kind of thing.
they knew we were coming, right? I asked that earlier. They know.
Yeah. They were aware.
So they're just aware of the percentages. They know that
Right.
only 3% of them are getting off, and they're fighting for the fighting is going on over who gets in the lifeboat.
I would personally favor an evacuation order that favors the very young and the very old, as the survivors, the elder survivors, will be needed to reconstruct the culture should the worst happen.
I think we should maybe also point out is that no one who's fighting is going to get taken. Maybe
True.
use that as a leverage point. So anybody who wants to go or get a chance to go needs to immediately cease fire. And
Yes, I think that, or at least they will be evacuated last, which means they won't go. So
what if we offer, because there's like a dozen different nation states here, we offer to take a percentage of each nation state so that no one feels left out and would keep fighting. So we'll take 10% of you, 10% of you, however, whatever percentage works out so that everybody's even.
My question is, if we put that ultimatum out, that you have to stop firing or you can't come, doesn't that just run them to the Klingons?
Well, they're welcome to it. We'll take people who don't want to do that.
is that all the Klingons are doing? Evacuating people?
It is unclear what their motivations are. They said on the comms that they were here for negotiations.
Oh, they're just here for negotiation. So we don't know that they're here to evacuate people.
That's a good point.
You did find Klingon signatures in one of the nation states' capitals.
So they beamed down. Doesn't say they beamed up anybody. Okay.
Maybe we can check and see if they're actually doing that.
Yeah, you would have to scan their ships, which Yeah,
should not
scan
do.
an enemy ship. That goes well. No
We
one.
should definitely not do that. That would be
Why?
bad. Because
like
that
this.
would provoke them. It's Klingons.
Well, we could tell if their shields are down and if they're, using transporters on the surface. We should be able to detect that without scanning them directly.
All ships in the region and are at green alert. So shields down, weapons off. That you can tell with the passive scan. Anything more detailed than that would require an active scan, and generally unprovoked active if scans of someone's ship is considered a hostile act.
But this isn't general. We have a rogue Klingon ship in operating outside the confines of a recognized I don't know if the word state.
You're missing a more dangerous point. He's in command of a potential rogue house fleet.
Yeah, it's not just two ships. It was
them, and he was.
It was 8 Contingas and 6 cohorts, or it's in orbit. All of those are scale 5.
Okay, well, last time they attacked us just for trying to help them. So I'm not sure that our presence here isn't already a sufficient provocation from their perspective to begin
From what
with.
he said, as long as we stay out of their way, there'll be no problems. If we start doing things that would appear that we're trying to get in their way, then that fleet of ships might come barreling down on us.
Yeah, the problem is we don't know what their goals are.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree, we don't need to know what their goals are as long as we're staying out of their way and evacuate as many people as we can, but until we actually have to deal with the Klingons. Why have a conflict until it's absolutely necessary? I agree with Commander Sorrell. We need the 10% idea or 20% idea for each nation state is a good idea. Then they can choose how to triage who comes and who doesn't on their own without any interference from us.
All right, so they have a President Callie, is that right?
Yes.
Who's, I guess, sort of their leader.
As you're talking, Bailey he chimes in from the bridge. Captain,
Yes,
we
Bailey.
have a communication coming in from the planet. It's President Kaylee, our colleague.
Can you write it in here, please?
Yes, sir. One moment. Whoa, big face. And she appears on the wall panel. Starfleet personnel?
Yes, I'm Captain Ross to the Federation Starship Gungnir. How can we be of assistance?
We just got word that you were here. And I'm getting word feedback from someone? No, we're good. Yeah, obviously you can see the situation we're in down here. And you beam down and we can talk in person? And I can also send information to your fleet so they can start our evacuation of the refugee camps.
Well, that's what we wanted to discuss with you. It seems that there's a number of ongoing armed conflicts between several nations there. That's definitely going to complicate the evacuation efforts.
Yeah, that's has come up in the past few weeks. Apparently, old wounds die hard, and with the world at stake, some people want to make sure that if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. And I'm doing what I can with what little political power I have to convince these nations to stop it.
Well, we have some thoughts on that, so perhaps we could discuss that when we meet.
Yes, please. I'll send you coordinates. I'll send you coordinates.
Very good.
And she turns off the comm.
Okay, who wants to go downstairs?
Yep, who's going down? Who's staying up?
I'm going down.
I'd love to go.
Captain, I request permission to go as well.
I'll
Okay.
go where you need me. If you need me up here, I'll stay up here.
Yeah, why don't you stay up here just in case the Klingon situation gets a little wonky. Fox, how about yourself?
I believe I should just remain here in case we escalate hostilities with the Klingons.
All right. I think we're in agreement that shoot when shot at, but otherwise try and avoid conflict.
And who will have the con? If you're going down, Captain.
Fox, you have the con.
Curse being a lieutenant.
Try not to lose the ship. And we'll
Keep those two out of trouble.
we'll take a security team as well.
2 momentum for a security team.
Okie dokie.
Generic tokens. Friendly. Subjective. Starfleet personnel. Anyone else you want to bring with you? Any other gear?
No, I think this is just kind of a get to know you meeting here, and so I think we'll be all right.
All right. With that, let's see if the special effect works. Yes. You beam down to the surface.
Hopefully to the president's office.
Yep. Then you materialize near the president's office. The city is wrecked. It seems that a giant tsunami has come in and wiped out most of the coastal area. There's lots of displaced people. One of the skyscrapers is leaning at a precarious angle, and there's several Arithian shuttlecrafts working on stabilizing it, or at least keeping it from toppling over. There's sounds of distress in the streets, yelling, fighting, people screaming. A couple of Arithian and guards see you materialize in, and they go, quickly up here.
All right, we'll follow them.
They bring you inside to secure your gate. Temporary fence have been set up around the presidential palace, and there's lots and lots of armed guards everywhere trying to keep this place safe.
Can you take us to the president, please?
Eventually, they bring you inside and bring you into the president's war room, where he's standing over a computer table, getting live feed readouts from across the planet, and several dozen advisors are speaking to her.
Madam President, I'm Captain Rost.
Okay. He directs one of her assistants to take over for her, and she walks over and starts speaking to you. All right. So, where shall we get started?
But can you tell me what happened here? You said looks like there was a tsunami that hit. Was that a natural disaster, or was that caused by someone?
We believe that was a natural disaster, or there was a tectonic shift in the Southern Ocean.
Okay, we wanted to be sure because we saw evidence of some type of nuclear exchange in orbit, and so we didn't know.
Yeah, our satellite network has been compromised as a tidal effect has ripped our has ripped some satellites apart, and they've been cascading in a decaying faction.
So that was a defensive procedure to wipe them out before they impacted the ground.
Yes. Well, some of them, and we believe that 2 of the other missiles are done as punitive measures to make sure that if I don't have a satellite, no one has a satellite, which appears to be a par for the course down here. I can't have it, no one can have it.
Yeah, that's what concerns me. It sounds like the situation down here is deteriorating, and we're, limited in time already. But this may be cutting our time even shorter if conflicts continue to escalate.
At the mention of anti-satellite weaponry, the Lieutenant Ivanovich raises his hand as if he's a child in class waiting to be recognized.
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
If you've been utilizing anti-satellite weaponry, then we should run a scan immediately to see if your planet is now in danger of Kessler syndrome, if you're familiar with that.
Kessler? Not familiar.
Kessler syndrome is a hypothetical state in which anti-satellite weaponry are deployed, causing a cascade effect of growing debris fields in orbit around a planet, making near-orbit space unutilizable for spacecraft, or at least highly difficult.
One moment.
Oh, debris clouds, right?
No, didn't mute. Okay, so they can't hear me. You can and hear me. I thought I had this button working. Anyways, yeah, the Kessler syndrome is totally a thing. Some of it was natural, some of it was artificial, and I am glad that they're familiar with it because it's become very, very relevant, and here in about a half hour.
If we had a giant rabbit, we could get a substantial portion of the population in that.
Right?
And back. Okay. Yeah. We have refugee sites set up around the planet. Lots of them are just displaced people, either from the war or from cities that have been affected by tectonic activity. They're not really well set up. We have tens of millions of people set up in places that were not set up for tens of millions of people. We've tried the best we can and to help with food and sanitation and healthcare, but we're, as you can see, we're stretched thin as it is. So any help you can and get on that side, I would be greatly appreciated, as well as starting to evacuate the people into orbit. These sites here would be the best place to start. Oh, that it worked the way I wanted it to. This site here and this site here are mostly pro-democratic people. the Eastern continent has as very few people, and that's where the war is most intense and the infighting is most intense.
Okay. Well, we'll begin beaming down personnel and relief equipment as soon as we can. We'll just need some locations where we can do that.
I'll definitely coordinate with you on that.
Okay. My other concern is the Klingons. They're here, and we're not quite sure exactly what they're doing. Do you have any information on that?
The Klingon, I don't know. There's so many, any different races coming out. Which one was them? She pulls out a pad and starts scrolling through.
The big mean guys.
The ridges on their foreheads.
Lots of snarling.
She turns her pad around and shows a picture of the general you spoke to. This fella?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. He came here about 3 days ago and was talking with he skipped right past me and started speaking to some of the other nation states. Check here. We've seen him talk to Orgaria and Eslin.
He didn't try to talk to you?
Briefly, but when I made it clear that I was interested in saving. When I wasn't interested in his terms, he.
What were his terms?
Subservience.
In exchange for what? Evacuation?
That appears to be what they're offering. If
so, slavery.
Not so many words. Yes.
That's a heck of a bargain.
Yeah, die or become a slave.
Are you familiar with this race? It sounds like you are.
We've had dealings with them for a while.
I wouldn't put at the foot of the race the actions of these particular individuals you have met. They don't represent their government.
Yeah, they're kind of here on their own for their own purposes, and not necessarily to help. And the other issue, I guess, is there are a number of states here. Some are not at war, some are. We'd like to leverage being able to evacuate people based on them putting down their arms if they're at conflict. So if they want to be evacuated or be part of the evacuation, they need to stop the battles, the conflicts. How do you think that those leaders will respond to that type of bargain?
I'm not sure. I've been trying everything I can to get them to stop fighting each other, but some people are fighting over our lack of resources. Some people are fighting over our lack of honor. But if the people who are fighting over resources might be assuaged by this, but some people are just looking for an excuse to bloody the other's nose.
My understanding is that organics are highly motivated by the survival potential of their offspring. Perhaps if you offered the leaders
she
of
cocks
these
her head at you saying organics. Like,
Mhm.
huh?
Perhaps if you contacted the leaders of these nations and offered guaranteeing spots in the evacuation to their offspring on condition that they cease hostilities, they would be more inclined to do so.
That's part of the problem. A lot of the royalty and their family has already left on the initial fleet. The kings and queens and their our children had premier spots on the ships we already had.
So whoever was strongest grabbed power when they left.
Yep, this is fighting over the dukes and earls of the various nations, as well as the highest generals that were left on the planet. All of the upper crust, as you could say, has already left.
Well, what about their kids? The generals and the dukes and the earls?
Something you can consider. Well, I suggest we get started.
That would be
I think so.
logical.
Huh.
Time is not on our side.
1 second.
No.
Captain, if I may, I'm going to declare this situation in extremis. And under Federation humanitarian law, I'd be required to serve both sides in this conflict. A patient from one side or the other, I would have to treat either equally. I just want to remind the captain of that responsibility, and if he believes I would be interfering in our mission, I should report back to the ship.
No, that's fine. Life is a life as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and beam back up to the ship, and we'll begin coordination here.
I have just a question for the president before she goes. Roughly how many skilled engineers, technicians, and physical scientists does she think that she could make available to evacuation efforts?
We already have all the people working on what we have, but we already have one in Starport are down, and it took us over a year to make even one ship.
We have an alternate proposal, and I get out a data pad, handing it to her, showing her the proposed diagrams for converting an asteroid. We think that a single one of these could contain hundreds of thousands of evacuees. We already have the timetable there in the figures at the bottom, but if we could add additional sentient power to our efforts, then we could speed up the process.
Go ahead and give me a presence engineering difficulty 4, complication 2 to kind of explain the plan and her. She's a president, so high-ranking figure, but she doesn't have a background in space travel.
Can I assist him since I'm an engineer as well and should be able to help present?
Absolutely. But Ivanovich, you are the main ruler.
Okay. I am going to spend 3 momentum to get 2 extra dice on this.
All right.
How much is it for a 5th dice?
It'd be 3 total, so you can do that for the 2 momentum plus 1 threat.
Okay. I will do that, because I suck at presents.
Hey, sometimes as an engineer, you have to give presentations. Talk the command staff into that your idea is worthwhile.
My presence engineering is 15, so should be good there.
That works. So that
Let me see if I can't spend determination.
Do you have bold engineering by chance?
I do not. I would like to spend determination on the value. Organic life is crude but sacred.
I will take that.
I already spent that.
No. It resets. No, it resets every episode.
Oh, okay. Then I'll do it again.
Yep, that works.
Then I will quash that complication.
Since you already rolled, when you spend a determination after you roll, it's a reroll. and you can scoop as many dice as you want and try to re-roll it again.
So then I could just scoop up the one that rolled a complication?
Yep.
All right, I'll do that.
You okay there, Sorrel?
Okay, I got a 10.
Yeah, that works.
All right.
So that is 2 momentum. Yeah, 2 momentum generated. 2 momentum total generated. Okay.
Sorry, I was having some mic problems. Can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
good.
no, I am.
Okay.
All right. Brett's 18, momentum's 12. Got it. Okay. I can see what I can do about convincing some of my engineers to coordinate with you. Okay.
Thank you.
So, there's several projects going on. We have the refugee site here that the doctor can go to. Ivanovich, you can go to this starport and start coordinating with the engineers there and possibly taking shuttles out to the asteroid. Rost, so you can either coordinate from orbit or you can and try to help pitch this idea to the other international leaders.
I think I'm going to do it from orbit.
Okay. Yeah, this is just us options. If you guys want to coordinate from orbit, that's fine. But if you want to stay on the ground, there's on-ground sites that you can go to.
I'll arrange with the other ships to see if they can send down support personnel for the refugees and all that.
Captain, if I'm faced with an issue of a refugee seeking political asylum, what are your instructions in regards to that, sir?
We're not taking any political asylum seekers. We're trying to rescue everybody. So political issues will stay here on the planet.
Yes, sir.
What do you want me to do, Captain?
Let's see. Can you do some checking? I don't know if you can access the different computer networks on some of these places to see what you can find out about the expanse itself, and what the knowledge base here of the different nations here on the expanse is. I'd like to see what their point of view is.
Okay.
All right. So who's going up? Who's going down?
That sounds like something I need to do up. So, you want me to scans or?
However you can access their networks. Whatever you think would be the best way.
Would it be easier to access them from the Gungnir's computers or down here on the surface?
What exactly are you accessing?
Well, I think our intention was
trying to get other civilizations' knowledge on the expanse, which we wouldn't have access to without asking them.
Yeah, you would have to do that from the ground. On Sorrel.
Okay, then I will do so.
Okay. Kali can give you computer access to what they have, which isn't much, but they might have some insights. Dr. Kai, where are you headed?
With the captain's permission, I'll head to the nearest refugee site to begin evacuation and treatment of any refugees.
Okay.
Everything's best.
Yes, sir. Have a good trip.
Thank you.
And Ivanovich,
Oh, I thought you said I was going to their starport to coordinate with engineers.
Yeah, that was an option if you wanted to coordinate with the engineers.
Yes, I would.
You still have player not autonomy. All right, and Ross, you're going up to orbit. So, what is wrong with your character sheet?
Maybe because of the changes they made to Roll20.
That's taste. Apparently.
When I came on to the Roll20 tonight, it asked me about creating a character sheet, which I'd never seen before. I didn't, but I don't know if that's got something to do with what's creating problems.
I noticed no such thing, so don't know.
Yeah, I'll look into this. It's later.
Yeah, it was a notice about a welcome package is what I got. So I don't know if that was related or not. But anyway.
Anyways, Ross goes back up to orbit, and Doctor, you are beamed into a crisis center. Would you like to have a medical staff with you?
Yes, I want to summon the local medical staff immediately to kind of get an assessment of the situation so we can begin triage. Do I have any medical staff near me that I can speak with?
There's local medical staff.
I think he was
Hello.
also more asking if you want to bring down some Gungnir
Yeah.
staff.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Can I bring down some Gungnir support staff, nurses, maybe doctors to relieve me if there's another one on staff?
There's like one other doctor on staff, but you also have your nursing staff as well. 2 momentum or presence medicine difficulty 2, and you can bring him down.
Presence medical difficulty 2. Let's see here. 2 test roll.
But you got 1, but you have a complication. Would you like to quash that or let it stand?
Yeah. I should have bought it. Yeah, let me quash that.
2 momentum, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
All right. There was a little bit of a hiccup with coordinating evac staff, especially if you have evac staff and then your medical staff down there at the same time. But after talking back and forth with the Gungnir for a little bit, you managed to get that out, and you have a medical staff with you. And Starfleet medical is ready to help.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Dasman Kai. Thank you for being here. My goal is to triage as many patients as possible as we prepare for evacuation. As soon as my captain gives me permission, we will evacuate as soon as possible. Does anyone have any reports to the situation on the ground that may be of interest as we assume a triage position?
Sure. More alien doctors. Might as well. We're having a lot of septic diseases spreading around, malnutrition, and of course we're doing the best as we can, but there's also a weird degenerative disease spreading about.
Can you tell me the symptoms of the degenerative disease?
Nausea, vomiting, and loss of appetite, loss of hair. There's some tumor-like growths along the nervous system.
I see. Let's go ahead and triage those patients first to receive painkillers until we can establish a baseline treatment for those patients. Bring them here to this area. We'll triage them. Everyone in this. Is there a particular building or area that we're in? Do we have a space to operate?
You're basically in a wide open field, and there's a bunch of tents and set up. This is like it used to be a farmland and suburbs or just outside the city, and there is just a field of tents and temporary shelters and prefab shelters as they just crammed into this location.
Very well. Let's use the tents for the most serious patients and triage them there. Everyone else can be treated outside for minor wounds. Let's go ahead and use chloroviazine to help stave off secondary infections as a result of their trauma, and we'll begin to triage patients there. Does anyone have any disagreement with that idea?
No, sir. Your medical
All
staff
right.
says.
Then let's begin that immediately. Move all critical patients into the tents, and then filter outwards in a circular fashion to secondary critical, and obviously to patients that are walking wounded. Remember, this is a medical triage and a war zone, and we will treat it as such. Does everyone understand?
Aye, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
Control medicine difficulty 3. Let's spend, because you are in a war zone, there's a lot of people, and alien culture and physiology.
And
So,
because of
comp 3.
I would have a focus due to emergency medicine.
Absolutely.
All
Would
right.
you
And
like
so the
to? Would you like to buy additional dice?
Yes, I would. Can I buy 2 additional dice? How much moment? Whatever I mean, we don't have enough momentum, but maybe add to threat if we have to buy 2 additional dice.
Yep. 3 threat gives you 2 extra dice for a total of 4 dice. Do you have a focus? Anything?
Emergency medicine?
Yep. Emergency medicine
All
is a
right.
focus.
All right, I'll go ahead and roll.
Whoa.
Great.
You got it, but there's complications.
Always.
That's incredibly unlucky. And 18, 19 crit range.
Yeah. I spent together comp 3.
Okay, I didn't see that underneath. Okay, that makes more sense.
Can I live with the complications, or?
I don't know.
Well, then I'll go ahead, because it is a war zone. I'll go ahead and live with the complications then. I don't want to spend any more momentum because others may need it.
There is no momentum. Another option you do have is you can spend a determination to reroll as many dice as you need. Otherwise, what happens, and I get the complications and I get to have fun with it.
I'll spend the determination. So can I go ahead and reroll 4 then?
You can reroll all 4, or you can just reroll the 2 that came up 0. But first,
I'll reroll the 2. Yes.
But first, you need to declare what value you're leaning on to invoke this determination. What value is pushing you through to make this happen?
It's do no harm has many forms.
I will accept that. Sometimes you have to. It would be a little rough and tumble in a war zone, an evac zone.
All right, so I'll go ahead and roll for that then. 2 dice. Here we go.
That's better.
There we go.
There was a lot of cultural pushback of more aliens are helping us. We've already been in scene before, but then you managed to find a means of bridging that cultural gap and go, no, we're Starfleet personnel. Oh, we're gonna help everyone. We're not just gonna help the first class citizens and work our way down.
All right, very good.
And slowly and carefully, you start building up a triage unit, and you have, but yeah, you're dealing with hundreds, as possibly even 1,000, in injured or people in various states of they're on death's door to walking wounded.
I tell my staff to continue to work in a circular fashion from the inside of the most critical to the exterior of the circle and then back again as best they can. moving forward until we resolve the situation and are able to evacuate.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Meanwhile, Ivanovich, you are beamed to a primitive starport. This looks like something akin to what the shipyards of Utopia Peninsula will look like about 200 years ago. So old skeletal riggings. There's anti-grav units. It's slabbed into the ground, and big iron forges or big duranium forges is on the distance. And you are brought into an administrative building, and there's a good dozen people in scholarly looking in uniforms.
Are you
Go ahead.
are you all the engineers available?
All the what? What are you doing here? Are we having another alien in here?
Yes, I suppose I am technically an alien. Have you at all been briefed on the plan?
No.
Well, suffice it to say, I've been authorized to utilize your services in the construction of an evacuation ship, utilizing technology centuries more advanced than your own. I take it that you would like to participate in such a project if offered the opportunity, correct?
How can you make a ship any faster or what we have? We're still trying to smelt the duranium.
Did you not hear when I said centuries more advanced than your own?
Okay. What are you thinking, spaceman?
I hand him the same data pad that I showed the president. Please review these specifications.
He looks over it, kind of furrows his eyebrow. I guess it could work. Start talking amongst. This is crazy. How can we make sure that this will support our people for a week?
Caulk and air conditioning.
We will have to retrofit and adjust a great deal of technology in order to enable life support.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a task roll. He's in engineering. They're willing to help you, but there's a lot they don't quite understand because you are about a century or two ahead of them.
Mm-hmm. I need a list of what equipment and resources that you have access to, and technical specifications of the tools that you're using.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This role is just kind of cover or getting them on the same page, getting you on the same page as far as resources and acceptable parameters. Bro, we'll just kind of roll all that in one.
Okay, dope. What am I rolling?
Reason engineering, difficulty 3, complication 2.
Gotcha. And I will spend a momentum to get an extra die.
Okay. Excellent. over the next couple hours, as you hash out the details else with them, and you start coordinating with the rest of your engineering staff on the Gungnir to begin making this happen. Meanwhile, Sorel, you are given access to the Arethian internet. AOL, you got mail. Arethian Online. That was a bad joke.
At least it's not CompuServe.
Oh gods.
Or Prodigy. Ooh.
I think you should be glad that in this particular part of the planet that is the case. Unfortunately, on the other continent, it is CompuServe.
Oh no.
All right. What are you looking up?
I believe the captain ordered me to look for any information they have on the Expanse.
You are doing this by yourself. Can't tell if this could be control or reason, so I'm just gonna do both. Control or reason in science. Normally look on a computer, you're using an alien interface, so Diff 3, Comp 2.
Computers as a focus.
Absolutely.
Take a threat.
I have to.
I don't think you can refuse them. Because I've never heard of it happening.
Very rare air situation. Yeah, you got it. The Arethians don't have any more information than you do regarding the Expanse. Just that within the last month or so, it has suddenly expanded. They were aware of it for a long time. They did send an initial warp probes into it, but they got shredded, and they're like, well, that's too dangerous. We're gonna look another way.
Well, I don't really want to go.
Yes,
go
same thing as before. Gravimetric eddies, strange radiation, not a lot of stars in there. No signals go in, no signals come out.
Well, I'd rather not go back empty-handed.
You can try again. Anything else?
I'm gonna go at this a little bit sideways. I'm gonna look for the reports on the geophysical consequences of the gravimetric eddies on Uneartha. Or Unearth, sorry.
That's actually within the same vein, and I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take that for a threat or a science question.
Science question.
Okay. The geophysical effects so far have just been random tidal forces. An eddy will appear within range of the planet, and it will pull a tidal force and let go, and that has caused seismic activity. As gravity's suddenly there, it pulls, and then the eddy dissipates or something, and literally the continental shelf snaps back, and that causes a massive earthquake, like that is centered along fault lines, or even the entire plate itself just belly flopping back onto the mantle.
How long have they been experiencing these phenomena?
I can answer that for a threat.
Okay.
Approximately the last month or so, maybe 3 weeks.
How frequently?
Frequency about once every three to 4 days.
Once every 3.
Some of them worse than others, depends on the configuration.
It varies in severity. And so we already know they haven't gotten any further in trying to figure out what causes it or how to solve it. What else would be of use? Well, I would like to access the computer and look at news reports from the various nations in the last month, sort of reacting to the phenomena, the evacuation, the increasing amount of international instability.
That's so limited a date. What subject should I look for? That's kind of a. I'm kind of reading
What I'm
two subjects
looking
there.
for. Yeah. So on the one hand, I want to look at. Well, what I'm trying to get a feel for is what is the sort of national response to these phenomenon. So I assume some states have locked down and are now shooting other people. Other states are doing what to prepare for the evacuation. I'm just kind of doing a flip through the old
flip through the pages and
yeah.
Flip through the microfilms.
The microfiche. Yeah, exactly.
Say this
pushes up glasses. A librarian here. There's a big difference between microfiche and microfilm.
I'm gonna say that's reason con difficulty 3 and complication 3. Increased comp and diff because alien interface, and increased complication because you're not quite sure about the different names and terminologies of the different city states or nation states, I should say.
Well, let me briefly consider whether or not I have a way to lower that. Assume I can still keep computers as my focus.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to be in that stuff. Nope. Do I have any traits that would be helpful? Is logical going to help me here?
I'll take that. Comp or difficulty?
Let's reduce the comp range.
Okay.
And I'm gonna give you 3 threat for 4.
3 threat, 4 dice. One momentum and gained. At first, there's always that level. At first, the news reports are always at that level of what's going on. There's this weird thing going on, and as the month progresses, it gets more and more are panicked, and then there's national responses of well, I'm going to wage war in this state to ensure the safety of my people, and I'm going to wage war on these guys, and it's because, well, they hurt us 100 years ago, so screw them.
So some of it isn't intentional, or it's not sort of. It's not utilitarian in the sense of, well, we'll kill other people and then that'll make our chances better. It's more just things are going to heck, and hey, war's also heck, so let's do that too.
It's a mix. And it also depends on which newspaper you're reading. Some are saying that the Kingdom of Osla is being aggressive and killing people to secure the place in the evac ships. Others are saying that it's the end of the world and they're just trying to take everyone else down with them. Depends on who's reporting it.
Who's reporting, and do I get a sense that there's independent news media or all these sort of partisan rags for each of their nations?
A lot of them are partisan and rags. There's like one non-partisan one that you can find, but
okay.
The other 20 are partisan to various angles and various degrees.
Gotcha.
And with that, spending into threat to end the scene. As suddenly in an Earth orbit. And it not quite this music, but no, we're gonna do this one. All right, so in orbit, evacuations going underway. Dr. Kai, Ivanovich, and Sorel are down on the planet. Ross, you've been in on the Gungnir, kind of coordinating efforts when suddenly Patterson says, "Sir, there's another fleet coming in. About scale 50.
Another fleet? From what direction and what are they?
Unknown configuration, sir. They should be dropping in right about now.
Federation fleet, red alert.
And from the far side of the system, you see 12 large frigates and 20 small shuttles of various unknown configuration jump into the system. To give that red alert to the entire fleet, presence command difficulty 2.
Okay.
Assisted by comms command.
I'll give you a point of threat for an additional die.
I can make use of that.
Let's see if this works now. No,
Nope.
Everything is fitness con. Okay.
All right, 3 dice. And ship's communications command.
Oh, okay, right.
Someone have the ship. There we go. The rest of the fleet don't get your order. However, your ship does go to red alert.
Can I use bold command to reroll that?
Yes, you can. You would roll 1, but
Oops,
it's a 15 hit. Ross,
Or
does
no.
the 15 hit?
No. 14 in Prison's Command.
All right. The rest of the fleet is just caught unprepared as these ships storm into low orbit, and each one of the 12 of elf frigates, it's release black metallic haze from behind them, and 3 of them release these 3 separate unknown devices. Each one of them is approximately scale L4. 3 of them and release them in equilateral orbit. What do you do?
They release a cloud of something and a device.
Crowd of something and 3 devices. I'm putting devices on the screen now, and that's the cloud.
Whoa, weird.
Oh no, Ivanovich, where'd you go?
Sorry, what?
I'm in the wrong layer. I'll fix that in a second.
Okay, so I looked away. Why have we lost visual on the planet?
It's currently in a cloud of debris, a very large cloud of debris.
It looks like some alien ships have jumped into the system and have released this cloud and some other devices.
Well, we should probably get rid of that cloud before.
Probably do something about that, yeah.
We got to red alert, but the fleet hasn't yet.
Well, then let's do something.
Captain, your orders.
All right, Vera, bring us into range of the fleet, or the alien fleet.
I'm on it.
And Fox, lock and load.
And I completely lost the dust cloud.
Phasers, or are we hitting them harder, Captain?
It looks like they're attacking first, so hit them hard.
Am I able to move freely yet, or are we going in certain order?
Yeah. We're in combat order, so who's going first?
I suppose Vera, so we can get in position.
Yeah, that'd be good.
There we go. Map layer.
Where is my... There's my sheet.
All right. To move, control Khan. This is debris. A cloud is increasing in difficulty and complication by 3.
By 3. Okay. Since it's debris cloud, precision maneuvering.
I will accept that.
2.
And engine con, of course, will help.
Alrighty. Let's give you a threat to try to get some momentum here. Whoa, Vera, what's that roll? That's not it.
Vera, what's wrong?
Oh, those are both 18s as well. Which I forgot to set the complication.
Yeah, that'd be 2 complications.
Okay, let's re-roll one of them. with bold. Okay, then let's use that 2 float to negate the. No, yeah. I have 2
Yep.
float, so yeah, let's use that to negate the other complication.
Yeah, you gain 1 and you have 1, so you quash that complication as, and that would use 1 power. Note that. As with your shields up, you dive into the debris cloud. It is just scrap. It's just tons and tons of scrap. And as you're diving in, your shields are flickering, and there's blue sparks all across the screen as you are literally running into screws and paint flecks and stuff at orbital velocities. But
This is really just a bunch of crap,
2,
isn't it?
you can move 2 zones.
Yep. There's 5.
All right, right here.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, who's next? Bigger. As you are well within the debris cloud radius.
We have
Do you want to keep the initiative or swift task?
Yeah, let's keep the initiative.
I'll take that for 2 threat. Who's going next?
Well, I was already hit them hard.
Yeah, can you hit that? Does it say harvester ship there?
And I will note that there's 12 of them here, but I'm not going to copy paste that much. You are currently you can currently get about 3 of them in a area shot.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
All right.
And I was already hit them hard, so you know I'm coming back. It's coming after this roll.
Quantum,
all right. So
quantum torpedoes, minor action, turn on, calibrate the quantum torpedoes, control, security.
yeah.
You're kind of in an optimal. Yeah, you're kind of in an optimal range. Diff 3, Diff 4, and that debris crowd. I was making things interesting.
Okay. Let's go with tactical systems as a focus. And I gotta spend, so take 6. Go for the full 5.
All right, 5 dice.
And I'm going to reroll one of those.
That, and then the ship weapon security.
Coming up.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have 4, 5. So you're getting 1 momentum, and we have a complication. Any last words on that comp?
And I have to let it ride.
Shh. At this point, I'm just gonna take 2 threat. But that is a hit. Roll that damage. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. And we're going, and you're going for an area.
Yeah.
You've managed to hit 2 of the. You managed to hit 2 of the ships, and they have significant damage on them.
Okay.
And I'm gonna change this. The 2 ships you hit. All right. Do you want to keep or let it ride?
Should I swift task do it again?
Sure.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and do that.
All right. 2 threat, swift task. It'd be difficulty 5.
Yeah.
Unless you want to switch to phasers, then it'd be diff 4.
Well, yeah, let's switch it up. Do the phasers.
All right, diff 4.
You're still getting 6, by the way.
Of course I am.
Tactical systems as a focus, and onwards and downwards. Why couldn't I have gotten that for the
And the
quantums?
ship. That is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 momentum generated. Roll that damage. Did you want to pump additional damage into it? Additional power.
Yeah. I don't think people can keep track of the power. Because we're still rating 10.
Yeah, it'd be 9, and then it'll be a 1 for the. It'll be a 1 for the phase shot. You can put 2 more into it to get 2 extra dice.
Yeah, let's put 2 more into it.
All right. 6. All right. Two, 4, 6, 8.
Go ahead and spend for piercing as well.
Yeah, with that you can and destroy these 2. Where's that button? As
Nice.
2 ships imps blow up, but there's still an additional 10 in orbit.
Had a budget increase for this season.
Yep, budget increase. Special effects didn't go through. It's working on it. All right, and with that, you've gone on twice. It is their turn. The 3 devices get into a synchronous orbit, and Ross, one of them trips by the screen, and you're able to get a good look at it. It looks like it is 6 warp nacelles duct taped together into a donut configuration. And one of those nacelles actually looks familiar. It's from a Sovereign class.
Like the previous expedition?
That's a good theory. But there's six warp coils, L's duct taped together, and the 10 remaining ships starts making a burn into the atmosphere. They are going for landing. And then 2 4, 5, 6, 7. And just for my records, 10 CD.
Well, things got a bit more complicated.
Just a wee bit.
Oh, just wait.
Oh, good.
As the warp nacelle clusters light up, and the orbital velocity, a debris cloud suddenly kicks up to warp speed.
Oh no.
it whips up into a firestorm around on the planet. Several of the more advanced ant ships, the Starfleet ships and the Galaxy classes are able to get out. The Klingon on ships are pulled out. However, this unknown alien vessel who came here trying to help is screaming on the comms. Oh God, what's happening? Emergency thrust! Ah! As it is just shredded apart by warp velocity debris, just ripping them apart. And you are going to have to make a roll to see if you can get out of the debris field. As from the surface, Sorel, Ivanovich, and Kai, you all look up and you see a dark red streak plummeting through the atmosphere. These aren't shuttles, these are much larger craft. And there's one heading for each of you.
There's a what heading to me?
Apparently a scale for our ship entering atmosphere.
It's landing?
Yeah.
It's landing. They're going in for landing.
A controlled landing?
Apparently.
These are not ships that really should be doing any kind of delicate maneuver. No.
I don't think their owners care.
Probably not.
But we will find out in 5 minutes. It's whether or not we can get through this windstorm, as the problem we have the evacuation suddenly got turned on its head.
This is going well.
This is going very well. We will be right back.
Duck and cover. Will do.
Duck and cover when NASO's falling down. Duck and cover, and you'll be safe and sound.
I mean, the nacelles aren't going warp
No, I
speeds
don't.
right now, so.
Somehow I don't think that will really be true if things just start coming down on top of them.
Get under my desk.
Yeah,
In cover.
2 minutes later, you and the desk have been crushed.
I'm not sure where I heard that jingle before, but anyways, you guys have a roll to make to get the heck out of here. Because getting back into it. We are still a red alert, and I spent a bunch of threat on the screen. Excellent. So the Starfleet vessels and the Klingon vessels managed to pull out in time, and these guys are making a fall off of orbit. You are caught in a warp speed maelstrom.
Vera, can you raise our altitude to get out of this?
Daring
Nice.
con. Difficulty 5, comp 5. Plus engines con.
It's gonna be rough. Precision maneuvering?
Yeah, you're dodging a bunch of wrenches in space. Some of them literal wrenches.
Alright, I'll take the difficulty down to 4. I'm just gonna spend a determination real quick, if that's alright.
To what value?
The best flourish when the stakes are high?
I think the stakes are pretty high right now because you are about to get shredded.
Okay, and then I'm spending 2 threat and 3 momentum, correct? To get the maximum amount of dice?
Yep. 2 threat and 3 momentum. That'd be 5 resources plus your 1 determination. Yep, that tracks.
Okay. Let's make sure it's daring. Let's go. Bold.
Since I've asked Vera to do that, can I direct? Use it as a direct action?
You can, and I'm kind of breaking the I'm breaking the combat round anyways, so yeah, you can direct.
Okay, so what would I roll? Same daring con?
Nope, presence
Or-
command.
Presence command. Oh, hang on, I gotta use. I have a 14 in presence command, so both those should.
It would have been assist, so it would just been the first dice.
Oh, it's
but
just
that's,
yeah. Okay.
That's an additional 1.
That's-
So
9 successes.
9 successes on diff 5.
To 4.
Diff 4.
So you have 5 extra successes.
So full up on momentum, as your shields are bright blue burn, as this debris field is rippling across your shields, and you're able to pull out of the fray slowly, and you've managed to pull yourself clear of the debris field. Yeah, this of course, or just ran for it.
Is the planet still in here? In there?
Yeah, planet's in here. This debris field appears just to be orbital, but you can't
Fox,
see the
can you
planet through all of the. You can't see the planet through all the BS down there.
Fox, can you hit any of those nacelles? The duct tape nacelles?
I can try. Let's see if I can fire on one of the closer nacelles. Nacelle bomb things. Whatever they are.
Debris accelerators.
Yes.
And if you look closely at the tokens, I'm experimenting with this, but I'm adding a third dimension. So there's going to be 5 levels of altitude you can get. There's the baseline, then there's +1, +2, and then -1 and -2. And it works exactly the same as the rest of the range bands. So if you're at -1, another ship's at +1, you're at medium range with them. You're 1 square away from them. So you guys luckily are still at the same range band as this guy, so they are within medium range.
Okay. Try for that guy.
Yep. Just experimentation. I kind of think it's fun, and it might be if we'll see how this works. But control, security. Which weapon systems are you using?
I go with the phasers.
All right, Div 2, and weapon security.
Standard comp.
No comp.
All right. Then Div 2, I'm going to just give you a threat, and I still have tactical systems.
Yep.
Onward and downwards.
That is a hit, and weapon security from the ship. Oh no! I didn't even increase the ease comp that time. But you have you have 2 float.
Yeah, crush with the float.
Yep, crusher with the float. Go ahead and roll that damage.
All right, onwards and downwards.
All right, so an additional. So you're pumping an additional 2 damage into it.
Not enough.
All right, so 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 12. All right. You got. You fire upon it. Phasers cut a swath off across it, but it doesn't completely fall apart. 3 of the nacelles swing off. The other 3 are still on.
Did the duct tape come loose?
Some of it. Seems you have to hit a little bit harder.
Okay.
I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Then you get to spend. Then I get to spend it for Pierce, or I can swift pass and do it again.
I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, let's swift pass, do it again.
All right, spend 2 swift task. Div 3.
Div 3. Okay. Still gonna give you just 1.
And we're doing phasers again?
Yep.
All right.
Onwards and downwards.
No, you are at 2 of 10 power.
Okay.
Well, how much power do they have left?
We have 2. Yes.
2 out of 10. He's done a lot of phaser shots.
Yeah. I got it. Now the ship.
Now the ship. All right, that is and that is 3 float. And I wouldn't recommend inputting extra power in this, but you could.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
All right, so just 1 power.
Yeah. Onwards, downwards. Let's go ahead and spend a float, one of those float to do piercing.
You also have 2 other float because of versatile, so.
I only ever do piercing, so peanut gallery. That won't do anything else with them.
Just dumping an extra damage in.
Yeah.
And with that, one of the warp nacelle clusters breaks apart. Sure, let's use the effect. 1 down, 2 to go. Meanwhile, 1, 2, 3, 6. So 6. Spending 6 threat to change scenes abruptly. And meanwhile, back on the surface, the 3 of you from 3 different in cities see something fall from the sky. As you look up, there's these bright red plumes of fire are plummeting through the atmosphere. There's at least 4 of them on your horizon.
Again, you say plummeting. Are they? Is this a controlled descent or a uncontrolled descent? Something crashing.
Insight, icon div 2. Kind of eyeball that.
Oh, you picked my 2 best categories for this. And by best, I mean worst. That's good.
Put that on your personal development plan.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to see if they're trying to crash. Astrophysics?
Increase. Yeah, increased complication.
I'll take it.
Of course.
I'll give you a threat. This is not going to work. And it does not.
You are unsure. In the streets and outside, there is panic and chaos, and everyone's running around. And the world that was already on edge is now falling apart.
Does it appear these ships are going to land on top of our heads?
One of them appears to be coming right for you. The other 2 are like other places on the horizon. And Kai and Ivanovich, you see the same thing.
Surround a Gungnir. I want to beam up. I know
There's additional complications. That was very difficult.
I know that's not going to work. I was just.
New phone, who does?
You get static.
Yeah, of course. Sorrel to Dr. Kai and Ivanovich.
That communication goes through.
Go ahead, sir.
Are you observing the atmospheric phenomenon that I'm observing?
Yes, sir. We're tracking its movement. What are your orders, sir?
You said you're tracking their movement. Have you determined whether or not these are these ships are controlled or an uncontrolled descent?
It appears to be a controlled descent, but I'm uncertain as I'm not familiar with them. But I'm assuming it's a controlled descent.
Have we identified?
Go ahead, sir.
Have we identified these ships?
Negative, sir. I've not identified them.
It is about this point that the red flames aims from the thermal sphere air bleed off, and you can see these big black and silver airships are in clear resolution about. Hey, stupid! Get out, cat.
Cats, no.
Black and silver cats? It's raining
No,
cats. Is it raining dogs as well?
Raining cats and dogs.
Oh, the other
No, I had a
concept.
cat that was crawling around underneath my desk, and she unplugged a monitor.
Ah.
Like, no, I need that. All right. Yeah, you see that these are scale 4 vessels, so about the same size as the Intrepid class. And it's a controlled descent.
On a controlled descent.
Yep, they are currently slowing down. And outside, people are panicking. They're yelling and screaming.
Any markers? Registries?
ReasonCon Div 2.
At least it's ReasonCon. I'll spin a momentum. How much to have gyro with me?
2 momentum, you can have gyro with you.
I'm gonna spend those. I'm gonna send him up to get sensor readings.
Absolutely. You happen to think you should bring gyro, and gyro was brought.
Good. Right.
So, ReasonCon Div 0. No, wait, Div 1, because it was Div 2, now it's brought down to Div 1.
Right. Gotcha. Okay.
Excellent. Three momentum generated. Gyro goes up and sees there's this hull plating, there's half of that symbol all on this bit, but then there's alien striped here, and that kind of looks like half of a Starfleet symbol.
So scavenger ships again. So I'm going to deduce that these are the avian creatures again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, if Sorel were prone to panic, he would be panicking now as well.
Oh, just wait, because they don't land. They stop about a kilometer up in the air. You can
Oh,
just
great.
they're
So it's
hanging in
Independence Day.
they're hanging in orbit. And you can just kind of see the outline of them up above you, and then
Is there one above the president's White House? It's got a little laser on the bottom of it.
not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
However, you do see something coming out of the craft. At this distance, it looks like a black mist.
Birdmen. They flying? That's my assumption.
Indeed. As the mist descends, you start resolving individual specs. These are indeed birdmen flying through the air.
That's just great.
And they are and they descend and on the city center, and they swoop down and they grab a person and carry them off back to the ship. Screams, aims erupt, weapons fire starts popping off everywhere. Dr. Kai, you see the same thing. Just the ship stop mid-orbit, mid-descent, and thousands of these avian and aliens come flying down, and they are just abducting people by hand.
So I want to order the nurses, if they can, to set up portable sterile field generators to create a low-resolution force field in the hopes that may stop them, that we would normally use in a medical bay, and then set up portable environmental canisters to release a nesting gas to see if that'll help alleviate the problem, 70 parts per million. See if that works, and if not, well, we'll just keep plugging along and do the best we can. And I report my findings to Commander Sorrell and tell him what I'm attempting to do.
Yep, you guys have active communications with each other. You just cannot speak to the ship.
Do we have enough anesthetine gas for the volume we would need?
I don't know, sir. I've never encountered this species really before. So, I mean, my guess is as good as yours. But since they're humanoid, I was going to set it at 70 parts per million. It may require more.
Daring engineering to set up the emergency force field, at least around the hospital. You can, and set the sterile fields into a more permanent force field, and that should keep him out. In theory, maybe.
In theory. Complication range 3, 2.
Complication range 1. It's just they're trying to do this is quickly.
Will my focus of emergency medicine still apply?
I'm gonna say no in this case.
Okay.
This isn't really a medical task. It's straight up you're trying to set up technology.
Yep.
That makes
do
sense.
Things that it wasn't really supposed to do.
I'll go ahead and roll that. Here we go.
You simply don't have enough sterile fields set up. They are really only in the surgical. They're really only set up in the surgical bay. So you're trying to set these up as you can, and yeah.
I spend some momentum to kind of recalibrate them to see if that would work.
You can try again and add difficulty 4.
Oh, okay.
Would you like to spend momentum on a threat?
Yeah, threat.
How much? How many dice do you want total?
So it's complication 4. I want 2 dice.
It's difficulty 4, but yeah. Difficulty and complication are 2 slightly different things. All right, so 3 threat for 4 dice total.
4 dice total. In the complication range, you said it was 4?
Complication range is still 1. The difficulty is 4. Difficulty is how many successes you have to get. Complication is if you roll this number or above, that's a complication to the test.
So the complication range is a 1, no focus, and then the task roll is 4 dice?
Yes.
Correct.
And we want to get 4 successes.
Not quite.
At that point, I can allow you to succeed at cost.
All right.
Okay.
So we have like a temporary measure.
The cost is you have the sterile fields up, and you're able to reconfigure them to be force fields, but these are not designed to be force fields for that long. So you have these things will probably hold out for a few minutes before they burn out. Possibly less if they start crashing into it.
All right, so then I'll just arm myself because I have a right to defend my patients even in a war zone, and wait for further instructions.
I have a plan. Ivanovich.
Yes, sir.
How quickly could you devise psionic dampeners that could transmit continent, planet, citywide?
Ah, yes, psionics. The phrenology of the 24th century. I'm not sure, sir, but I can give it a go. Let me make a roll for that.
Are you gonna try it right now, or are you just theory crafting?
Theory crafting.
Reason engineering difficulty 3. Sorry, comp 2, because as you're gonna be working with alien technology, not necessarily old Starfleet technology.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to spend 3 momentum and get 2 extra dice.
Yep.
There we go.
Gain a momentum back. You could set it up. It's going to be a series of staged. It's going to be a series of gated tasks, but theoretically, it's possible.
If I don't have the proper equipment, I do have the Rocks into Replicators talent, and so I could repurpose existing equipment into what I need for a scene.
That would definitely help. I'll take that into consideration once we get to actual task, but rough calculations, you might be able to do something.
I convey that to the... sorry, was that Sorrel that asked?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Sorrel.
Make it so, Lieutenant Commander.
Well, thank you for the promotion. But
Are you just Lieutenant?
yes.
No, I think the doctor's the only one that might be Lieutenant Commander. Everybody else is either Lieutenant or Ensign.
Gotcha. Make it so, Lieutenant. If you're successful, you might be Lieutenant Commander.
Ooh. Okay, what do I do?
Sorrel, as you are saying that, the window to the room you were standing in suddenly shatters in, and 3 of these bird people crash into the room. I guess it'd be 3. Yep.
Oh, goody. How much to have my bow with me?
2 momentum, 1 threat, because escalation.
Yeah, there's
and
3
2
of them. I will spend that, unfortunately.
You happen to have your bow on you.
So they fly into the window to say hi. They want coffee.
No.
No. Oh, okay.
Okay. They are going to try to shoot you.
Understood.
Well, that went well. One of the bird people get shot in the back.
Oh. It's helpful. Okay. My turn? Or
No. I'm gonna try that again.
Oh, more things.
More things. You're not that bad. Yay! Shoot 2.
I really try not to think about combat, and then it comes.
This, yeah. For challenge dice and intense. Four, 5. That is 5 damage.
Okay.
So that is an injury you're looking at. And
I wish
intense.
not to be injured.
All right. This has intense on it. That's 1 effect. So this will cost 3 resources to stay up.
How many
3
resources
threat.
do I have?
Uh,
3 threat?
yeah, 3 threat, 3 momentum.
I'll spend 3 threat.
As this guy hits you with some sort of green ray, and it hurts a lot, and but you're able to push past the pain. You still take the 5. You still take the 5 stress, but you are still in the game. And you have your bow with you.
How close are they to me? And what orientation are they in?
They're all be on the same side. One of them is slightly further away near the window. This guy is moving towards you in the computer.
I am trying to. Well, I move is a minor action. I want to move to try to get 2 of them, at least 2 of them, in a row. Before I fire.
Yeah, you could do that.
Okay.
You're able to sidestep them and kind of line them up in a shot.
Okay. We'll do that. Sorrel wishing Fox came down to the surface with him.
Control security diff 2.
So much. 2. 2. Take a threat. Bloody.
That is a miss.
I don't think there's I'm gonna spin my determination. Yep.
To what value?
Every problem has a solution.
Yeah. This appears to be a problem.
It's a big problem. I think I hit.
That's it. Roll that damage.
All right, how many challenge dice is that? I've got a base of 4 plus my security, so 6.
4 plus your security.
Can I let's see, what's the thing to do here, security people? Is it, would I want to re-roll the zeros, or do I want to get vicious or intent? What is it that you do normally? Oh wait, yeah, you know what? I used my determination, and I keep forgetting I have to aim, and then I can re-roll. Ugh. Okay, well, someday I will remember that. Anyway,
Someday.
Imagine having to worry about aiming.
That is 6 damage. That is enough just to hit him, and that is an effect, so that punches through 1. This guy gets hit for half plus the effect, so yeah, you manage to peg both of them into the wall. You pull your plasma bow out, pull the string back, get a plasma bow built up in there, and whoosh, nail them both to the wall. Oh, right in the shoulder.
Cool. stay there.
Meanwhile, Dr. Kai, that force field is starting to weaken, and 3 of these creatures are crawling through a hole in the security field.
How many medical staff do I have currently?
You have about you have a team, so that's about four people, and then the local and then you have the local doctors. That's probably about 50.
So I asked the local doctors to post a flag representing a medical facility, and then I instruct my Starfleet officers to take their phasers and prepare to engage the enemy, only firing on the creatures that directly threaten our patients, and prepare to engage in combat with them.
3 of them MC the shield generators, and 3 of them managed to get in, and 2 of them are actually trying to grab this shield generator.
Interesting. Can I fire upon that creature?
You certainly can.
So would that be like security and control?
Control, security, and difficulty 2.
Difficulty 2. All right, I'll go ahead and roll. Can I use I don't have a focus for that, I don't think. So here we go.
Do you want to buy extra dice?
Yeah, I'll buy 1 extra dice.
Momentum or threat for that?
Momentum.
All right. 1 momentum, 3 dice.
There we go.
That is a hit. Go ahead and roll your phaser damage.
How do I do that?
Should be down at the bottom of the sheet. There's weapons.
Oh, I see. Okay. Phaser strike. Okay.
Ow. Yeah. You got one of them good.
Excellent. Can you explain the dice just real quick? The symbol, the delta symbol. What's that mean?
Delta symbol is. Oops. Delta symbol is an effect. So okay. There's different type of damages that use the effects to do special things. If you don't have anything special, default it is just counts as 1 damage.
I see.
But,
okay.
Yeah. But phasers have the charge ability, so before you roll damage, you can and charge it for different things. Vicious makes the delta makes the deltas 2 damage. Intense makes it harder for me to keep them up. Piercing can cut through armor, and there's also area.
In this case, it's 8 damage plus the charge, the effect. Is that my understanding?
Yep. So
okay.
Yeah, that's 8 damage. It's total.
All right, very good.
Yeah, charging it's a minor action to just sit there and fiddle with your or phaser and set it up, but that's easy to do.
Okay, but as an effect, what does charge do? What's the actual effect of charge?
You have to call it. It has several different things you can set it to, because phasers have different settings. Vicious gives you more damage. Intense makes it harder for me to keep the bad guy up, and piercing can punch through armor. And then area can allow you to hit multiple targets at once.
Let's do intense.
Ouch. Yeah, that means it'll cost me 4 threat to keep this guy up. I am not doing that, so he goes down.
Excellent. And then I'll just order everyone to maintain the fire to protect the patients until we receive further instructions.
Go ahead.
And I communicate this to Commander Sorrell as well.
Go ahead and give me Oh wait, you have doctor's orders, right?
Yep.
I will totally allow that to fire here. Presence medicine diff 1 to order your team to keep suppressing fire.
Presence, medicine, difficulty 1, complication range 1.
Yep. Oh,
And
goodness,
do I get an extra dice with that roll?
Not default. Oh, it's default too. Doctor's orders allows you to use medicine instead of like command or security to boss people around.
Gotcha. All right, I'll go ahead and roll without adding to it. So let me see here. Can I use my focus of emergency medicine?
Increased complication. I mean, it is an emergency and it does involve your patients, but so it would be comp 2.
All right.
You got it. That was a good call. Gain a momentum as your emergency medical teams aims are setting up suppressing fire are on the whole.
Very good.
Meanwhile, Ivanovich, you have a planet-wide psionic device to make.
Inhibitor.
Oh boy.
So, how do you want to do this? You're the engineer. What's your plan?
Well, what equipment do they have available?
They do have a planet-side communication network. Radio towers, cell towers, that kind of stuff.
All right. I will begin instructing the engineers in how to disassemble these towers and reassemble them in the equipment attached to the towers to construct crude psionic dampeners.
Slight correction: you won't have to deconstruct every tower or to break it down. You would basically just have to get a psionic dampener, and you should be able to plug it into the network and broadcast from there. But you need a psionic dampener in hand. And also, you're currently not standing next to a tower. You have to go run for one.
Okay. Well, can I have the Gungnir beam down a psionic dampener?
You are unable to contact the Gungnir.
Well, shit.
There's something in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Just the burning atmosphere, it's fine.
Well, then I will look for any kind of item that my phaser and my communicator, and I'll see if I can break those down and use the pieces to fashion together a psionic dampener.
Between the communicator, or you could, and the power cell from the phaser, that would mean you would be unarmed.
That's fine.
All right.
And incommunicado.
That as well.
I'm good with that.
Okay, you're going off the grid and unarmed. Armed, however, go ahead and make a roll for this. Control engineering, you are making this on the fly, and there's a good possibility this might not work.
Can he access Gyro to help him with this process?
If you can talk to him before he starts breaking apart his communicator, or you could ask him to do that.
Yes, Sorelda Ivanovich. I say is, yeah, I can always tap my communicator even if I'm fighting.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay.
Yep. Communication's going through.
Yeah, my computer is starting to behave really weird. It's not letting me access the web page where I can roll anything. I'm gonna try and restart my computer.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So anyway, Sorel will communicate to Ivanovich that he should access Gyro's databanks to get information on the psionic communication abilities of these avians. That might be of aid to him in devising the psionic inhibitor.
Yeah, I can allow that. Basically, he can use Gyro as an advantage on this roll. But
Cool.
as he's getting back, meanwhile, forgot about that. Every time I change pages, it automatically he switches to the default music I have set for that page. Technical difficulties all around. Meanwhile, back in orbit. You have 2 devices, and it's just left to get. I'm gonna say this new scenes are power resets, thankfully. I was kind of rude and just pulled the scene away from you. Ross, Vera, and Fox, you have 2 more devices to break.
Okay, I'd like to direct the fleet to spread out and pick a ship to attack, one of those landing craft to attack, while we tackle the warp devices.
Unfortunately, the Starfleet vessels, those are evacuation ships. They don't really have weapon systems on them.
Oh, okay.
They pulled out the weapon systems to make more room for more civilians.
Ah, okay. Didn't know that. All right. Let's pick a warp device. Let's see. So we got basically one above us and one below us. Is that how I see that?
Yeah. One above you, one below you. And a little bit away.
Let's go for that one at 6 o'clock.
All right. That is 1, 2, 3, and 4. Four range bands away.
Fox, do you need him to move in, or can you hit him at that range?
Is it in optimal range for the phaser?
It's 4 range bands away. So that would be +3 difficulty to hit it.
Oh, that would put it at 5 difficulty?
Yeah. Otherwise, you could just take a turn to move in.
Yeah, which is what I was going to suggest before Ross started saying things about the fleet. Move into a more optimal range to fire on the next beacon.
Vera.
Can you take us in?
I can do that. Gonna be dangerous though.
We don't need to get into the cloud, we just need to get to a different firing arc for it.
You're kind of getting in closer to it, so there might be a danger. In fact,
Can we stay in that same metal ring and move closer without getting into the cloud?
Oh, that's what I'm trying to do, but
there might be some debris that's being scattered up to higher orbits that you might run into.
oh jeez, that's high. Okay. Precision maneuvering.
Absolutely.
And take a threat.
Okay. And engines con assist. That's the thing.
Just out of
Bold.
curiosity, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Why is that red? Huh?
Because you hit and complicate on the same aim die.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you got
didn't know
17.
that was possible.
Rarely it's
very
possible, but
rare.
it's very rare that the success range and the complication range can overlap, but it can overlap. So that is both a hit and a complication.
Well, let's see what the ship gives us.
What do I need to roll on the ship?
Engine's con. Yeah.
All right, using that 2 extra momentum. It's difficulty 2.
Yep, diff 2. So you generate 2 and the 2 more. You quash both those.
Yep. Wait, what do you mean generate 2 and 2 more? So we had 2. We get 2 more from this roll, so I'm using the 2 from this roll to quash.
We only
You have
clocked
2
one.
complications. It's on the
That
table.
was the reroll.
That was the reroll, yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
I
So
goofed.
we still have that 2 momentum.
You still have the 2
We
momentum
put that
total.
Back.
I'll put the momentum back. I'm sorry. I'm trying to cheat you. Yeah. You're able to bring the Gungnir in a lower orbit again, and there's this blue haze across the field, across the debris field, as particles are tumbling out of the warp field and they're hitting regular space at superluminal velocities, and they're just shearing into gamma ray burst, and dust and debris are pinging off your shields, but you're able to get into optimal range of the device.
All right, Captain.
All right, Fox, do your thing.
Control security div 2 is assisted by weapon security.
Take a threat.
Phasers.
Yep, phasers.
Alright.
Threat. I have
Taking
tactical
threat.
systems.
Tactical
And-
systems.
Downwards.
2 momentum generated. And roll that beautiful damage.
Yeah.
And let's see if I can get this macro to work.
And let's go ahead and throw 1 into piercing and re-roll those 3.
Yep. I forgot how this. Let's see if this works. Do and do. Yes, it worked. As you fire the, I'm way too amused about this, but I'm so happy I made it work. As you're able to fire the phasers out, 1 breach, 2 breach, not quite enough to take it out. Actually, wait. Oh, never mind. You completely fill the stress track.
Yeah, I did piercing, so
Uh,
that would have
yeah.
negated anything. Could do with
5
this.
more damage, shields down, and no wait. Hey, 5 more damage and shields down. That's only 2 breaches. You need 1 more breach.
Okay, so have to do it again.
All right. Same roll as before.
Doing it again. Giving you a threat.
Yay!
Onwards and downwards.
And the ship. Weapon security from the ship. Two momentum generated, and yeah, anything in your roll will hit it. So
Yeah, I think that hits it.
and with the second and phaser shot, 2 of the devices are down. The 2 of the devices are down. The storm gets a little quieter. It's not as intense as before. However, 2, 4, 6, 8. However, the device blows up. It just perturb something deeper in the cloud, and a chunk of debris about scale 2 comes shooting out of the cloud at near warp velocity. Daring Con, difficulty 4 to dodge.
Evasive action.
Surely you mean difficulty 3.
Oh, surely I mean difficulty 3 because you are a badass.
Take threat. Yeah, just threat. One threat.
Just threat.
As it should be.
He's looking at low on threat, so we need to give him more.
How do you barrel roll a starship? Because Vera's do. Vera does like to.
You do a barrel roll. Oh my goodness.
Thank goodness for inertial dampeners.
Yeah. Otherwise, you'd be sick all over the place.
This is what the manual yoke was made for.
Funny enough, there is a talent in the player's handbook, the player's guide that allows something like that. I'll show you after the game.
That's cool.
It is cool. You have 3 float, as indeed you see this as pieces of debris whip around the planet and shoot out at near superluminal velocities, and you just whoop, barrel roll the ship out the way. It scrapes across the top of your shield and goes flinging out of the system, possibly to hit another star in about 10 years.
Nice maneuver.
Well, that's a problem for another day. Yeah.
You have 3 float.
Are those Klingons doing anything, or are they just hanging back?
We might have 3 float, but I can't think of anything that could be reasonably be done off of that with the float. That would make sense.
Can we swift task with
prepare
them?
for any?
Yeah, I guess I could. Well, it's not my turn. I guess.
It's kind of it was kind of your turn. We're kind of breaking combat at rounds here.
Then I guess I'll swift task to move towards the other one.
Sure, I can allow that. Oh, I got my momentum and threat backwards on my stream.
Can't do that.
No. There we go. 4 threat, 6 momentum.
So what are those Klingons doing, by the way?
The Klingons are hanging back. Actually, they're not just hanging back. They're pulled back, and they're just firing on the cloud, trying to burn away enough of the debris cloud that they can and beam people out. Just constant barrage of disruptor fire.
So moving.
With that, I'll just allow you to move about like 2 zones up here.
Alrighty. Sounds good to me.
Yep, just kind of like with your momentum, you're able to swing around the orbit and get closer. Meanwhile, and reset the music again. Meanwhile, back on the planet, Ivanovich, are you back?
I am.
Excellent. And before you left Sorel, I'll commanded you to use his drone gyro to help with the psionic dampeners. So He's handing control of gyro to you. Gyro counts as an advantage you can use on the roll, and if you succeed at the roll, you get 1 bonus momentum.
Okay.
So we are making a psionic dampener out of the gear you happen to have on hand. And yeah, I would say that the communicator and the power cell from the phaser would definitely allow this to happen. Control engineering.
Could I use my tricorder instead so I can remain in contact?
That would also work.
Okay, I'll use my tricorder and phase it.
To 4, I believe Rocks of Replicators has increased complication on the device. Let me read it. I'm not used to this. Rocks into, and of course, another book. Once per station, you made sure you single piece of equipment. Alright, so this new piece of equipment would have a complication increase of 2. But to make it's just regular complication.
Okay, I'm going to spend 3 momentum to get 2 extra dice.
Yep. It's difficulty 4, comp. Yeah, comp 1.
Damn.
You have a reroll anywhere.
Do I? I don't believe I do. I used my determination already.
You can spend momentum to quash it, right?
Well, yes, and I will do that. I'll spend 2 momentum to quash the complication, but I still fail the roll.
Yeah. Or he doesn't succeed.
But at least it's just a simple failure. As you are trying to get these parts together, and you realize that.
Sorry, I was talking and no one could hear me.
All right, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry. We're still in communication, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so do we have 3 momentum left? No, I'm sorry. Well, you just quashed. If you unquashed, we would have 3 momentum, right?
Yes.
I'm going to spend that 3 momentum to give him a point of determination as the executive officer.
Okay.
I believe that's. Yeah. That.
No. I have to spend my point. Sorry, I was reading the second part, but I didn't read. I have to spend my point of determination to that, and I did not get my point of determination back.
No, wait.
No.
No, that's not a cost. That is to let them spend it.
To let them spend it. So it's 3 momentum. 3 momentum, and you get a point of
Great. You saw spent determination.
Yeah, I did, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, that's not spend.
Okay,
spent.
sweet. So I can do it. Awesome.
Yep. Yeah, 3
what the hell?
moment.
You have your determination back.
Yeah, Sorrel, as your executive officer, spent 3 points of momentum, and you have a point of determination back.
Okay, then I'm going to use it on my other value. Satisfy Starfleet, stay alive.
Both of those points seem to apply right now. You may reroll.
Oof.
Yeah, that is not a hit. Just shy of a hit, though.
but fortunately not a complication.
Fortunately, not a complication. So, at this
Okay.
point,
Can we
you.
beat it cost?
Mm,
We are just one short the difficulty.
oh, actually, actually, we have gyro.
Oh, that's
gyro,
right.
Gyro's an advantage.
Yep.
Everyone blipped on that. Gyro's an advantage. He makes this easier for you, so it brings down the difficulty by 1. So you just succeed.
Oh, excellent.
After all of that work, goodness. Yeah, you managed to take apart your tricorder and get a transceiver or set up. You take the power cell from your phaser and plug it into this contraption, and with the help of gyro, you're able to attune a psionic inhibitor. It's a little shaky, but it's marginally functional.
Ivanovich to Sorrel.
Sorrel here.
The dampener is ready.
Turn it on.
That's step 1. The next step is you have to bring this to a transmission tower, which is currently outside.
Fair enough.
Outside and 2 miles away, or 2 kilometers away.
Do that, Lieutenant.
Everybody forgot that the tower is not just right next to him.
Do that, Lieutenant, as quickly as possible.
You are gonna have to make a run for it.
Okay. I will do so. I will start running as fast as my feeble holographic body can.
I mean, theoretically, you could just grab your emitter and then grab onto gyro and then zip it there. Because you can technically weigh nothing.
Technically, yes.
Well, then I'll do that.
That is silly. I like silly.
So gyro will give you a taxi ride.
It's what I'm here for.
I'm still gonna say it's fitness. Either fitness or daring security. Diff 3. As you're
Gyro does ask that you give him 5 stars for the trip.
This is the kind of stuff I live for. I love Star Trek.
He's getting 2.
Three
and
strips
that's
of
it.
Latinum later.
All right. So Jarvis hoping that gets to Diff 3, and it could be daring or fitness. But it's dealer's choice. Ivanovich, how do you want to do this?
Let's see. Hang on just a sec.
Whichever one would be better for you.
My computer's being shitty again. Could someone tell me what my daring is?
Wait, I can do this. Did it?
Daring is 1 point higher.
I think it's 10.
Daring's
That's fine.
9, fitness is 8.
Yeah, then I'll do daring. And what was the skill attached to it?
Daring security.
Daring security. Okay.
It's difficulty 3. Would you like additional dice?
Yes. I'll take 3 threat to get 2 extra dice. And could someone please roll that for me, because my web interface is not responding at the moment.
I gotcha.
Mhm.
Daring security. Yeah, with the hologram am trait, you're allowed to do this. I don't think you have a focus.
Yeah, I don't think I do.
You don't have a focus in ride gyro?
Parkour. Hey, you managed to hang on. As you adjust the gravimetric field of your hologram and make you weigh practically nothing, and you grab onto Gyro, and Gyro effortlessly lifts you up and starts flying you over. And you're about halfway there when suddenly 1, 2, 3 birdmen and swoop behind you and start attacking.
Dogfight.
Oh. What do they want with me? I guess maybe because I'm shiny in my mobile emitter, and they're attracted to that because they're birds.
Or they might be attracted to Gyro. Gyro's also shiny.
True.
They want his tech so they can Frankenstein him.
Must
So
Frankenstein.
how does that make you feel? They
Must
want to
Frankenstein.
Gyro.
Better leave Gyro alone.
Oh no! Alright. It was just 3 of them, and that's a success. A success but complication. So you can roll an unarmed strike against them. Since you don't have a phaser at the moment. But you can punch them.
Okay, my interface is working again. So what is that? Will that be fitness and security? I'm assuming.
No. You're just able to do damage. So it would be 1 plus your security score in challenge dice.
So 3 challenge dice.
3 challenge dice. Yep. Has a knockdown effect. Oh, that is wrong. That is so wrong.
What?
The one I rolled.
What are you doing?
Oh goodness, we're scrapping at each other. This guy has, you get this guy for 3 stress, and he gets you for 4 stress. No one's down at the moment.
I take 4 stress.
Yes, you take 4 stress.
Gotcha.
As this guy dive bombs after you, and he's at such an obvious angle that you're able to swing and kick at him, and you get him right in the shoulder, or it goes tumbling and over, and screeching. There's 2 more after you. This guy falls behind. You're still zooming along. Round goes to you.
So what are my options here? Just attack or not attack?
Attack, no attack, run, sci-fi, wizardry. I don't know.
I run.
Run. Daring security, difficulty 3. See if you can outrun these guys.
All right, I'll take another 3 threat, please. There we go.
Olive Beetle, welcome to the library. How's your day going? Excellent. Stuck to someone on the stream, but 2 momentum generated. As with all the bravery of a hologram, flying on a drone, you're able to zoom off and clear that at last kilometer. These guys are falling behind on you. You make it to the top of the transmission tower. It's the steel girdle tower, and on top there's a transceiver. Gyro drops you off on top and hovers. There's over your shoulder waiting. And there's this alien in communication equipment in front of you, and the birds, the bird people, are a kilometer or behind, flying fast towards you. You probably have minutes before they get to you.
Well, then I will focus on assembling the transmitter or the dampener.
All right, you have a dampener in. You just need to tie it into this engineering, tie it into this communication network. Difficulty 3. Let's have some fun. I have some threat. Roll. Engineering. Base difficulty 3. +1 because alien tech. 2. Yeah, let's just threat dump. Control engineering difficulty 4, complication 4. As you're dealing with unknown alien tech, it appears that their transmission and interface ACE doesn't quite fit into the device. You have a 3.5 millimeter port. They have a 2.5 millimeter air plug. So you're trying to compensate for that.
For the love of God.
Strongly recommend you take all the dice.
Yes, I'd like to buy 2 extra dice.
With threat or momentum? Or combo?
Combo.
Alright, so the 2 momentum and 1 threat?
Yes.
All right.
Could you, my interface crapped out again. Could you roll what is it? Control engineering?
Control engineering. And do you... Let's see if you have a applicable focus.
I don't think I do. Psionic dampeners?
Well, this is a jury rig into a communications device. You already created the sonic dampers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is just plugging it into the network.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything applicable for that either.
What is going on with this?
Yeah, no. His foci really aren't suited for jury rigging. He seems more working within the technology range.
Yeah, roll 20 is just being futzy today.
Futzy, yeah.
I didn't see any issues.
I might have broken something when I was adding the things.
How dare.
How dare. All right. So we have 4 dice. Surfy protocols. Actually, I'll take the focus of computers. Because you're trying to plug one computer into another computer.
I'll take it.
All right.
Every little bit. Knew that was exactly going to be the rule.
Oh, wait. Why was that Darren Security? Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
security is not it.
No,
That is not it.
Orlando.
I'm just going to say we're going to re-roll that again.
yeah.
Just scrape that and try again.
There it is. I knew we'd have a comp, but
Yeah.
I was hoping we'd get it.
Yeah, have 6 successes on a difficulty 4 and 1 complication. You have 2 float. Would you like to quash?
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't have to, but
But we will.
It seems wise.
it seems wise. As again, and you're trying to fit a 2.5 millimeter air plug into 3.5 millimeter hole. There's 1 millimeter air difference, and you get a piece of foil and you're trying to wrap it around on the plug to bridge that gap. After you try to plug it in, it almost shorts out. You see a spark trying to travel across the bridge. You pull it out. You adjust the foil to make sure it doesn't bridge again. You jab it in, and you are transmitting.
Okay.
All of the bird people across the world start screaming are screaming silently, and they are rushing towards their ships.
Except the 2 I have pinned to a wall.
Except the 2 you have pinned to a wall. They're still trying to. Oh man, I don't have the complication for that. They start running towards their airships with whatever they have in hand. The entire air fleet just folds up and starts running towards their airships. In orbit.
Yes.
Yes.
Time to smash the final one.
Time to smash the final one.
All right. What's the range we're looking at?
1, 2, 3. That's kind of over here. That's in this square. So, you're at 5 range right now. You have to get a little closer.
For phasers, or is it at range for torpedoes?
It's at range 5. So if you get 2 range bands closer, so you can move forward and up, that will get you within 3.
Hey, if the bad guys are evacuated, wouldn't they have to fly through the cloud of debris too?
You don't know that they're evacuating. Not from your angle.
We have no idea what's going on down on the planet.
Yeah, true.
Past the cloud, it's complete darkness.
Yep.
You assume it's a dance party, but you know.
Zorella is dancing with the bird people.
Yep.
All right.
He taught them all the moves you taught him.
So, assuming we're gonna get closer in range.
Yeah, if we need to, let's move closer.
All right. Yeah, you move 1 and up, and that'll get you within range band 3, in range for torpedoes.
Photon at him.
Photon.
Yep. I'm not gonna
Full
waste
spread?
a god on a drone. Full spread. Yeah. Go with that.
All right.
Alright. What am I looking at?
Out of momentum. By extra dice. Difficulty 3.
Oh, 3? Okay. Can have a threat.
Yay! I shall cherish it forever.
Oh, you cherish that? Oh, then I'm gonna give you more, so I have 4 die.
Yes. Yes. All right, 4 dice.
Yeah. Tactical systems has a focus and standard comp.
Standard comp.
Okay. Onwards and downwards. And yeah, it should let's reroll one of those zeros.
And that is a hit. Weapon security from the ship. You get some bonus off that.
Weapon security.
Correct. All right, no bonus, but that's a hit. Roll that damage.
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 2 breaches.
Don't have any momentum. So it's gonna have to go with the Swift task to do it again.
2 momentum, same deal. Difficulty 4. Because tasking of swifting.
4, okay. Then go ahead and take 6.
Okay, we're having one of these nights. Awesome.
You always have one of these nights when you let me break your toys.
Oh, this isn't my toy. This.
These are
Okay,
toys.
I guess it is kind
These
of
are
my toy.
toys.
These are toys, and you're breaking them.
Yeah.
All right, 5 dice. Go for it. There we go. Now we got some momentum. And DOS ship. 4, 5, 6, 7. Weapon security from the ship. Rush, who has? Yes. 3 momentum M generated. And roll that damage. Try to get 5 or more.
I'm gonna go ahead and re-roll those zeros.
Yeah, I kind of need to. All right, so that's just gonna bounce off their shields. That will hit. And with 1 fire. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. So many new things. Torpedo flies. Torpedo spread flies eyes out. And blows up the last of the last of the control mechanisms. And the debris field calms down. It is no longer a hazard. Well, as much of a hazard.
As long as you have shields.
As long as you have shields. You're barely able to peer into the you're barely able to see onto the surface. It's difficulty 2. It's plus difficulty 2 to see and communicate on the surface. But Bailey says as that they can establish communication, possibly.
Let's see if we can get hold of Sorrel.
Control engineering diff 2. And communications NG. Would you like to do that? Or would you like to activate a supporting character?
I'll go ahead and do it myself.
She's gonna walk over and take the control
Oh
from.
crap! I gotta do the other thing again.
I don't know why. I'm gonna have to fix something this weekend.
That's 2 successes.
Yep, 2 successes plus the ship. Communications and NG. No momentum generated. Sorrel, your communicator beeps.
Sorrel here.
Sorrel, this is Captain Ross. How's it going down there?
Better than it was before, I believe. The avian creatures are departing the surface, except for these 2 I have here.
Ah, you've routed them.
Yes, I believe so.
Were they kidnapping people, or do we know what they were doing?
They certainly were grabbing individuals and seemed to be intent on taking them back to their ship, much like they did with the Calm Storm.
All right. My initial thought is to go after the ships, but if there's live prisoners on them, that presents complication.
Yeah, as the enemy ships start pulling out of the atmosphere. For those on the surface, you notice This is something else. You hear more screaming. And you look up and there are people in free fall from orbit. Or free fall from kilometers up.
Oh boy.
Hundreds of them.
Hundreds, okay.
They are falling from the sky as when the psionic blast has hit the bird, people just dropped them and ran.
Okay.
All transporters, all transporters in the fleet, try and beam those falling civilians.
Daring engineering, difficulty 5, complication 5.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
As you're trying to do sight to sight on a lot of people through a dust cloud, and they are in free fall.
I hope you still have your determination.
Yeah, I do.
You do also have crew support that can definitely help you.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Left to help me out.
Left definitely he runs to the runs to the transporter room.
Yeah, actually, maybe I'll let Left lead. He has a focus in transporters.
Absolutely.
Find his sheet here. Okay, so difficulty 5, complication 5. Jeez.
It's almost like you're trying to pull off a miracle.
Right, yeah. Hundreds of miracles. Okay, we'll use all the momentum and 3 threat to get 5 dice. And okay, yeah, we'll do that. Cool, Left.
And sensors engineering. So 6, 7, 8, 9 on a diff 5.
The what?
Heck yes. As with the miracle of engineering, and you're able to pierce through the cloud out, and you start picking off individuals. The rest of the evac fleet, again, they're designed for evac, just not quite this hectic. Like, they start beaming up people too. What am I doing?
You said effect.
As just multiple transporter beams are going off. One right after another, or 2 people, 3 people, 2 people, 5 people. And slowly, carefully, you start picking them out of the sky. The last few of them you beam up just meters from the ground, and you're able to save all the bodies from hitting the floor.
Thank you for writing the Starfleet action ride.
And 2, 3, 4, 5, Wait, I can't math. Be 2 times 5. Draining all the threat. As one by one, and these ships pull out of orbit. And jump to warp.
Did you say the dust cloud's clear?
It's mostly clear. You probably still have to sweep it up with tractor aims, but it's a difficulty E2 to beam up and communicate.
Okay. Sorrel to Gungnir, I have 2 prisoners I'd wish to be transported to the brig.
Copy that, and we'll transport them up.
2 momentum, you can and transport them. We'll keep this easy. And
I'd recommend that guards have the dampeners.
Mm-hmm.
Make
Good
it so.
recommendation.
2 momentum to have the dampeners, or you can order them with presence security.
I'm gonna order them. Present security.
Diff 1. It's not that hard.
Alright. So they give you a threat.
Yes.
I don't believe any of my Bokai would work. I think the closest would be tactics.
Yeah, I'll accept that. Just the tactics of, this is a psionic race. Maybe wear your earmuffs.
Okay, onwards and downwards.
Brain muffs.
And no, you're not getting that comp. I said no!
Yes!
I'm crushing it.
Yeah, crush it. Crush it with the 2. Oh man, I was gonna have fun with that too. Have like a double agent on board or something. Yeah. With that, the population on the surface is obviously stressed out. The Klingons, on seeing that their prey has moved elsewhere. Oh, I can only do one at a time. The Klingon fleet jumps to warp. Starfleet evac fleet reports in. Evac fleet to Gungnir. We got them all.
Great job.
That was interesting. Can we not do that again?
We'll try and avoid it.
Well,
All right.
we figured out an effective counter, at least, to the avians.
We're
Yeah,
keeping
that was
that
very
active
effective.
until we're completely done here in case they come back.
Not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if we could scale that up.
Well, I'll order Ivanovich to transport down any equipment he needs to shore up his jury rigging, make it more stable, and to consider ways to expand on it or make it more effective.
Slap a bunch of them on 100 probe and send them into the expanse and have some fun.
And with
We have to tweak them so they're doing psionic yodeling.
oh no, no. Don't tempt me. I will get yodeling music and I will play it on this stream. You watch me.
Hey, if we win, we'll live with it.
I am that psychotic. All right. if the evac underway, the evac fleet starts resuming in normal beam up and shuttle operations. We do have that at Dust Cloud now to deal with, but you surmise that you can use controlled phaser sweeps to push them into atmosphere at such an angle that they'll burn up, or at least is carefully deorbit them into an ocean. So over the next couple of days, you clean up the planet.
We saved the planet.
You saved the planet
for now.
At least 3% of the population. Actually, it's not even 3% because this is just one trip. As over the next couple of days, as the ships fill up with the 200,000 civilians on board. As for if we can get that asteroid idea to work, we will work on that at next week as we take as you wrap things up here, help the people on the surface with at least their immediate medical needs, and you take the ship back, the fleet back to their new home. And with that, the end credits will roll.
We're going to have a fleet-wide contest to see who gets to name the asteroid.
Yes, I'm actually okay with this.
Ross and Sorrel are not allowed to participate.
What? That's not fair.
I'm quite happy that worked out. I just like this. I had this idea of the ships coming into orbit and just 1,000 bird people flying out and kidnapping people from the air.
The only thing missing was the Flash Gordon music.
Yes. Be sure to catch us next week, a Thursday at 7 p.m. here on Twitch to catch our next adventure on the frontier. Thank you to our awesome players tonight. Again, you managed to beam up 100 people in free fall before they hit the ground, and you managed to make a planet-wide psionic shield. There's lots of cool stuff that happened tonight, and there'll be more cool stuff to happen next week. Music, as always, provided by Kevin Macloud. You can check out his royalty-free music at incompetech.com. And we are forever grateful to Modifius for giving us the tallest ship, and the great bird of the galaxy, Gene Roddenberry, for giving the stars to guide us. Until next time, fly true, stay safe, take us out.